sound live and image live, but I'm the only person who has to worry about being on camera. Ha ha ha. Hello and welcome
to Real Estate Manager. Curse of Strahd.
Same thing, trust me.
Yeah, pretty much. So, when we last left our heroes, they came out of the Durst household.
Yes.
They had
no fret
found
there.
large amounts of the loot they had gathered from inside, though, had crumbled to dust along with the house itself. They were able to salvage a few choice items, but now, as the dawn light starts to creep through the streets and the mist starts to dissipate, our players are left in the streets of the village of Barovia. What do you do?
Do we check the next house, try to turn it into dust, make it all nice and flat, and we can build our own mansion?
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say no.
All right.
I like it.
All right.
I'll go wherever there's a good chair.
I think we
would have to build ourselves the house. And the landlord seems to be a little bit destructive.
I will.
So we were sent. Well, technically, we're coming here to help this
burgomaster.
Ironbush.
Yes.
So,
Dirovich, but we all know he's cool.
well, we don't actually know
Or something.
really anything. Except
I was
that
about to say, one second, talking.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I think there's a bit of a delay. I apologise there. I was about to say to the DM and everything. Ez has kind of run through this part before. It's like with the letter and everything, she would have actually gone to the burgomaster's house, so she would be able to take him there. Yes.
You could.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, Ez is probably happy to do that.
How are you going to say that to your companions then?
Okay, yeah, sorry, yeah. I've been there before. It's like I don't know if you want to bother or not because, again, they didn't send the message.
Well, they might not have sent the message, but they might know who did. I have a fairly good feeling that I know who it was, but knowing for certain would be nice. So what do you think, fellows?
Might be an idea to check them out.
Well, can't hurt. I mean, the door locked behind us, the big gates. Think we need to figure this out, or be dead, before those doors open again.
Just nods to herself. Yeah, that's right. And she's just going to walk down the road towards the burgomaster's house.
All right then. So.
I believe we all follow. Everyone in agreement?
Yep. Fine by me.
Look, at least it will be
heading straight
someone
there, then?
else to talk to.
All right. So, you wander through the streets as the light just starts to appear over the horizon. The mist starts to separate, and Ez guides you handily through the town, pointing out a few areas that she is aware of. For example, this lovely little church in the corner. She takes you through the streets.
Churchy.
Scowls a bit when she points at the church. That she sort of pulls her colour up a little bit and carries on walking.
Let me guess. Not friendly folk.
As she reaches this crossroad, she starts to lead you out of the town, holds up her hands and says, "Right, wait," turns on her heel and starts walking a different direction.
Perfect impression.
Give me a moment, I actually have to remember which house is his.
I would assume either
Try and remember to help you out if needed.
Either
I cannot
this
remember.
or this. So this would be more akin to Baron's house. if there were any of those salt.
Alright, so you follow Ez down. She
Um,
tells you what she knows about this,
Hang
this
on,
little
that's
village.
a roundabout way.
I know where I'm going, okay? I've been here 3 years, okay? I know where I'm going. It's not this way.
All right.
As you wander down the streets, you come across several signs. Unfortunately, there's no signs of life as of yet, but you take note of them for later. You spot what
For
appears to be
lease,
a
for
tavern
sale.
and a shop.
Sounds any good?
At the moment, they both appear to be shuttered, and no signs of life this early in the morning.
Isn't that usual?
I think it is a little bit too early to celebrate.
I'm
then,
not
as
talking
you round
about
this corner-
celebrating.
Sorry, what's the tavern called?
It is called Blood on the Vine.
Okay.
As you round
Yeah,
this
that's
corner
awesome.
around the shop, Ez points directly down the street to this large house at the end and goes, "Ah! I knew I'd remember."
Good. It was a scenic good.
Hey, yes. All the sights.
Exactly what we were lacking. More walking.
So it only takes you, despite Ez's detour, it only takes you
Roundabout
roughly
way.
about 10 minutes to make it to the shop. 10 to 15 minutes. And
To
make
the
it in
shop
front
or
of
to
the
into
the
the
mansion.
house,
Sorry,
Burgermeister house?
Burgermeister's mansion.
the Burgomaster's mansion. All the curtains appear to be shuttered. The outer doors are closed and bolted.
Not a very friendly fellow.
Well,
Not
it's,
very inviting for someone whose name they send messages.
it's 6 o'clock in the morning. Everyone's asleep.
Well, we have two choices. Either we knock and wake him up, or we knock and wake him up.
I
Well, how
think we'll
about
take the
first?
knocking.
How did the mansion look?
It's a weary looking mansion sitting behind a rusty iron fence. The gates are twisted and torn, the right gate lies cast aside where it swings lazily in the wind. The sputtering squeal of the clang of the gate repeats with mindless percussion as it slams closed over and over. The weeds have choked the ground and press upon the menace of the house itself. Would anyone like to have a closer look around?
Yeah, sure.
Same here. Would the house have changed
here.
a lot in the past 3 years, or would this have the same as it always has?
I would need you to make a perception as well as.
Okay. As we'll make a perception.
Well,
22,
everybody,
have fun.
someone's looking better than me, apparently.
Yeah.
It helps because I know what's coming.
As it's a house. You remember houses. But,
I used to. Well, I never had one, but
you almost had one. It crumbled to dust.
she's still bitter about
My
that.
beer's
And the
frozen.
clothes.
All right then. As Siegbald looks around this uncared for garden, he notices that there are black marks that tell of fires that once assailed the mansion quite some time ago. There's not a pane of glass, or there's not a pane or a shard of glass at any of the windows, but they're all barred with planks. Each one of them seems marked with stains of evil omens. But as you look around the mansion as well, you see that the garden is trampled with an absolute cacophony of footprints, ranging in different sizes, as well as great paw prints that have been looking all around this mansion.
Ah,
Look.
why do I get the feeling they've held a torch and pitchfork party recently?
Why do I have the
Do
feeling that
these
there have been
footprints
wolves?
match footprints of anything I've seen underground in the last house we were in?
I suspect wolves.
They look like booted or bare feet.
Okay.
I hate when they step on the
There
petunia.
are prints that look like wolves or dogs.
Reister, you recognize that these are canine footprints.
Oh, great. If I know one thing about things being linked, as it seems our
I'm walking up.
all friends from when we met, have come here at some time.
Once again, she kind of glances at the wolf pelt that she's got haphazardly thrown around her shoulder. Oh, goody.
Well,
I'm walking up to the front
She's gonna
door.
go straight forward. Yeah, she's gonna follow and knock on the.
Yeah, I'm following as well.
You can knock, but I'm happy.
I'll knock. I'll knock.
Okay.
alright, you knock. I stand
You
a little bit
bang.
further away.
Who's our face?
Yeah.
It isn't me.
I'll
You
be
want
happy.
me?
No, I'll do it. I'm the paladin, so
It cannot be me because, again, it can't be me.
I have fairly good chances with my deception.
Ooh, deception,
None of
he
that is
says.
necessary. Everybody says I'm quite a looker for my age.
This is true, darling.
Alternative, we can't be honest with
Thank
them.
you.
They need to deceive. We can just
Look,
say, hey,
I've been here before.
we just got attacked by a house. Open up.
I'll give
How
it.
many
I'll
works
give
I
it.
find?
I'll give it a go.
We're here
Alright.
to lodge a complaint about your buildings.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna.
Yes. Hello, we're the housing department. We have a few complaints about stuff.
Alright, so
Hi. Oh,
Bang
yeah,
on the
Rob,
door.
watch.
you hear the knock echo ever so slightly in the interior, but for a moment the house is silent. As you wait a little bit longer, you hear the creaking of some of a wooden board being moved from upstairs, and you hear a voice. Ismark, is that you?
I'm afraid not. Would you mind
Say
coming
yes.
to the door, please, sir?
Sir?
That was a mistake.
Who are you people? What are you doing here?
We're from the benefaction of the Little Sisters of Fortune. We're collecting to build a shelter for homeless armadillos. Would you be interested in discussing this, please?
I have no patience for madmen. Leave. Leave now.
Oh,
I'm stepping up.
talking about that.
The
I'm gonna bang on the
Durst
door. I'm gonna
family.
just shout. We were attacked by a house. Just let us in.
What do you mean you were attacked by a house?
The
We were
Durst
lured in.
family
They're
were rather.
undead. We're hurt. We're angry. We don't want to fight. We just want to walk inside and say hello.
We have hard candy.
Not now.
The Durst
guessed-
house is a cursed and terrible place. You should not have gone there.
We weren't aware of a time.
Nobody's gonna go
We'd
there
known,
now.
we wouldn't have gone in.
We went in there. We cleared it out.
Well, it's gone now.
We have finished
gone.
the curse that was upon that house. Or at least
Now
that's
the house
how
is
it
gone.
seems. As the house is no more.
You hear the wooden creak a little bit more as you see a raven-haired woman lean out from the upper floor. And she looks down at you and casts her eyes over you. Says, "You say you dealt with that thing."
It's gone.
We dealt with that
That's all we
thing
know.
at that place. We do not know if it lingers somewhere else.
It's quite a piece of real estate now.
What
just
she
say-
said.
This
Just saying,
town
would
down
she-
there plays a real-
Just say, would she recognise the dagger at all?
You don't know?
Yeah, show her this
I'm
scary
gonna
skull back
show her
here.
the dagger. I show her the dagger. So I took
Check out
this
this knife.
straight from the underground of that house.
Then you should be rid of it. It is likely a cursed item.
But if I have it, it proves that we managed to clear the place out, doesn't it?
I have no knowledge of what lay inside. Look, I am not letting you in. I am alone here for now, and I am not about to let some strangers ride in my house. If
Is
you
this
want
actually
in,
going to-
then you can do something for me.
What do you want?
My brother was looking for aid. He went into town yesterday and didn't return.
What's your brother's name?
Ismark.
Do you know where he was going?
He was going to the tavern.
You wait by this door. We're gonna be back in like 20 minutes tops. Tavern, now, come on.
I've known quite a few people who didn't come back from the tavern for a day.
More
Yes.
than a day means
I know
what?
your last husband went to the store to purchase smokables and never returned.
That is not what he told me.
That
Really?
was a reference I didn't expect today.
All right. We will seek your brother in the tavern.
She just kind of nods at you and goes back inside.
All right. Looks like we have our work cut out for us.
So does anybody know where the tavern is? Could I ask that?
I'm
Yeah,
hoping
we
Ez
walk.
does.
Yes.
That was the
I'm
big
assuming Ez
fact,
does
I
this.
would
She's been here
say.
for a while, so
Isn't that the tavern?
We passed it back there.
I think it said something like the smoking steak or something.
Blood and
spelling
Wine.
Blood of the
Steak.
Vine. One sec.
Ez is going to.
Blood of the Vine.
Nice. Okay. Thank you.
Somebody got in the tavern mood.
I'm drinking beer right now.
Look,
Oh, snap.
let's
Alright.
go to the tavern, figure out the thing with that story, and heck, maybe we will find out what exactly is going on.
Alright then. As you turn to head back up the street, you see that signs of life are starting to appear in the villages. Shutters are starting to be opened. People in work-stained clothes are starting to roam about in the streets.
I want to take a good hard look at the people.
Sure.
Not in all, trying to figure out how they are, how their state is, how everything is. Poor, if there's a lot of poor people or something. Want me to do a perception, or do you think my passive would do that?
I would say you could do, your passive would do that, fair enough.
Alright.
As you look around, the people seem to be pretty much stone-faced and focusing on their own tasks. They don't seem to be interacting with their neighbours much more than polite nods. As you walk the streets, they tend to stop and stare openly. Mostly,
And us.
yes. Mostly
Nice.
their gaze appears to be fixed on the giant turtle.
Yeah, that's gonna be an issue.
I told you guys I was quite a looker.
The half-orc and the green-skinned, red-headed woman, that they're not entirely sure if they've seen her before or not.
Mm-hmm.
I get the feeling some of us aren't welcome here.
I
Ed
have the
will
feeling-
casually hiss at the closest one as she's walking past.
As
this
you
is
hiss at
nothing
this woman,
particularly
she
new.
grabs her children and just rushes back inside.
What was that about?
Welcome to Barovia.
I
Most
was
of them
asking
is
you, not them.
Don't tell me.
This is just how they are.
Don't tell me they have a problem with green-skinned people.
Shrugs.
I think it's because you're less common than others.
Yes, that's how I would see it.
Zabronic,
Darling,
as you
nothing
look
about me is
around,
common.
you realise that everybody is human.
Or looks human, at least. We've had the discussion before.
Alright. So then, as you roam further down the path, you get back to the crossroads.
Yes, to the marketplace.
You see ahead of you the tavern, its sign hanging limply. You see the store beside you. And further down this street, you see an old woman pushing a small wooden cart across the damp cobbles.
How do I... Yes.
Sorry.
Don't choke on your cereal, Matt.
It felt like someone wanted to do something nice for someone.
Leave
Well,
that one to me. I can
all right.
empathize.
No, I
This
think
could be a
you.
terrible thing to happen.
What?
As-
Jesus.
Why do I have the feeling that I'm going to do just the stupidest thing possible?
I don't know.
I'm
You know,
gonna get
sometimes-
ready to cast something. Give me a second.
Sometimes,
Also habit, I
Rysar,
assume.
sometimes when people have that feeling, they don't do the next thing that comes to mind.
People are boring. But yeah.
As you stand and debate in the corner,
Oh my god.
in the square, you see the little woman in the cart is going house to house, banging on doors, pushing her carts between them.
She's busking. Selling wares.
Oh, God.
Seashells by the seashore, probably.
I expect not.
Is this someone that Ez recognizes? Is she dressed in a particular way that noticed?
I may have to whisper you to see what your character's
Doing a
background.
little inside check on the little old lady. Trying to figure out what exactly she's doing, selling. Or would you want me to roll an investigation instead?
If you want to try and get a good look at what she has in her cart, you would need to roll me a perception.
Regular old perception, oh.
Yeah.
Well,
To try
that
and
would
see
be a
what she's doing
20.
from here. That'd be a 20. All right. As
I'm not trying to be too obvious.
all right, the house she is knocked at. They've apparently ignored her knocking, so she hoists her cart and turns it to move further down the road. As she turns it, you see that her cart is set out with several rows to display pastries.
Weird.
First bit of pastries and flake corpses.
Dennis, I've
Street
sent you a wee
vendor.
whisper there.
I wouldn't be surprised if those were mincemeat pies.
As long as there's no corpses.
Metagaming.
Well, you wouldn't be surprised what you sometimes hear what some people do
That's
with
3.5.
thieves.
Is it 5e?
This may surprise you, my dear man, but sometimes people just sell fucking
Yeah.
pastries.
Well, I don't necessarily want a bite. No one else seems to want one either.
Well, you couldn't really expect quality from somebody who goes door to door.
Well, as I said, things feel uneasy right now.
The strangest thing is my great aunt actually used to say something similar.
All right.
Oh my. So,
You just
Shall
watch
we-
as she moves down to the next house in the line, bangs on the door.
It's probably just some seller. Ez is probably going
Carry
to
It's not really our place to be.
on her, but is likely going to lead the rest of the party towards the tavern, or at least wait for them, since everyone's looking at this one.
I will happily proceed to the tavern.
yeah,
All right.
it's just
So,
odd.
All I heard was tavern.
Yeah, let's head to the
leave
tavern.
the little woman to her work, selling her pastries, and you
At least
move
she's actually selling something.
Yeah, at least she's got some kind of career. Nice time.
into the tavern.
These places all look the same.
All right
Yeah,
then.
feels like I've been here before.
Alright, a single shaft of light thrusts illumination onto the main square, its brightness looking like a solid pillar heavy in the fog. Above the gaping doorway, a sign hangs precariously askew, proclaiming it to be the Blood on the Vine Tavern. Close inspection of the sign as you pass by shows that it originally read Blood of the Vine, but an N has been scratched over the F. This was once a finely appointed tavern that has grown shoddy over the years. A blazing fire is in the hearth and gives scant warmth to the few huddled souls within. As you enter and glance around the room, you realise all eyes are suddenly on your party. Inside is a barkeeper behind the counter. He regards you with sad eyes and goes back to doing what he's doing. There are 3 colourfully dressed girls in the corner, sitting with smiles on their faces, beers in their hands. They cast you a look. They eventually gave you a greeting nod and returned to their own business. And in the corner is a man with... Where's the description? I'm totally paying attention. With blonde hair, seems to be cradling a mug. He didn't look up when you entered.
Oh, we found the town drunk.
Do any of these people seem familiar to Ez? Because I think she would have probably only interacted with the actual Burgermeister.
Alright. You recognise the 3 women in the corner as the owners of the establishment. They are Vistani. You know not much about them, other than one of them is called Marable. They tend to oversee their tavern, but other than that, you don't know much about them.
This is going to do like an elaborate curtsy and everything, and nod to the ladies.
They grin and toast their glasses to you, and then return to their own business.
You know them?
Customers,
They're locals. They're called the Zvistani. I've done some. We've been chatting a bit the past few years. Good friends to have.
Well, I better get to know them then, because I like friends.
Ooh,
Okay.
friend.
Oh, aren't we supposed to be finding the boy? What's his name again?
Ismark.
Ismark. Okay.
I'm just thinking, the blonde fella in the corner, could I maybe see if he resembles the woman in the house in any way?
You could.
Okay. Investigation?
Sure.
Since I've met his father, do you mind if I do an investigation as well?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Sephiroth, Sir Alan even, you have a look at this fellow and you realise that he bears no resemblance to the woman that peered out the window. Ez, you know this to be the son of the Burgomaster.
Oh, okay. Good,
Yes,
good.
do you recognise him?
Yeah, this is the man. Going to wander straight up to him and sit down. Hello! You remember me?
Oh, yes, I do. It's been so
Alive?
long.
Yes. 3 years!
Ez, was it? I'm sure I knew you, but
Oh,
never
you
mind.
did
I
that.
must have forgotten your name. Sorry, I thought you had perished with the others.
Yeah. A lot of people thought that, but it's cool. I'm
Well,
fine.
I'm glad to see you're alive. He toasts you.
She'll nod, and she'll beckon for the others to come over. This is the man.
So
Okay.
who's got the letter at the moment?
Which one?
The one we were given.
All right. You approach him as a group, and he looks up, and he has a mild expression of shock as the turtle and half-orc approach him, but he very quickly hides it behind a polite facade and grins broadly at you. Come, join me.
Let me just see whether or not I can see his attempt. Regular perception, right? Or would it be insight?
Yeah, sure. Let me see how stealthy he is. Nope. He manages to hide that before you spot him.
Would have been only one additional sentence anyway.
Good evening, young man.
Oh,
Good,
hello.
Good morning.
See
I
my
believe this
friends.
morning light in here is a little bit
You,
darker side.
You keep strange company, Lady Is.
I know. I'm the normal one.
Say
That's what she says.
I am
Because they use-
stone-faced this entire time.
Say who's got our letter from the start?
Usually the one that asks.
Okay, so I'll have it then.
Yeah, I think Ovik
Must-
has it.
Ovak, do you mind passing me your letter?
Go. Yeah, here you go.
Master Indurvich, I assume?
Well, that would be my father. Well, it was
Your
my
father.
father.
We received this interesting little letter from a rather rotund gentleman had a very poor fashion sense. It's from your father. If you care to have a quick look at it.
It is allegedly from him.
Allegedly.
As you say
I wasn't
that,
going to
you
tell
see
him that.
you see his smile kind of fade as he reaches out and takes the letter and starts to scan over it.
You've had that before, right?
His hope and optimism is shattered.
This was not written by my father, and this
Kind
is
of,
not the first type of letter that we've seen of this.
We've figured that much out.
I told them, and Ez pulls out her own duplicate letter and just throws it on the table. Sorry about all this.
Looks like someone's.
He picks up both letters and says, "After this incident, we sent a few people out with letters from my father trying to warn them away from this place.
Looks like those that want us to be trapped in here.
Wait. What reason is there to warn people away?
Once you enter the borders of this land, you cannot
You
leave."
kind of. Yeah, figured as much because the door closed as soon as we passed into these lands. Again, I said trapped. It's a trap. Sprung by the one that wrote these messages.
Any idea why anyone would do all of that?
To be toys for the devil, Strahd.
Strahd.
Devil?
What can you tell us of this Strahd?
Who is Strahd?
He's Strahd von Zorvik. He's a vampire. He dwells in a castle called Ravenloft that's further along the road.
A vampire?
A vampire.
So he's cursed this land. We don't know why. It was many generations ago, but this land is his. And we all suffer for it.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
I don't think Zbornik would know much about this land.
Nope. Zabornik is confused about the surname Von.
I believe it is a local flavor of off.
I was going to say, would I know anything about vampires? Being a palate, would I know anything about vampires?
Would you?
What would it be a check under?
I would say roll me a nature check.
Nature check. That is nature.
Alright. You don't know any specific knowledge. All you know is from tales you were told at the monastery, but you don't know how true they were. For example, you know that vampires must return to their coffin during the day. They can't be out in direct sunlight, and they can't enter a residence without being invited directly. But you don't know how true those are.
Would you happen to know anything more of this Strahd?
Not much.
Saw him. As mentions in the
He leans back and kind of looks around the room and beckons you closer. The Devil Strahd has his... Once in a generation, he sets his eyes on a woman and takes her. I feel this generation he has set his eyes on my sister. I need to get her out of this town. But the roads are dangerous. We've heard that far to the west there is a fortified village called Keswick. I want to take her there. Or at least up to the old monastery where she'll be safe from this thing.
Your sister?
Yes.
Is her name Irina?
Yes. How do you know that?
It was written
She
in
sent
our
us here
letter.
to find you.
She didn't tell you her name.
Of course she did.
Metagaming. Ez is going to describe.
No, it's on the letter.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was in the letter.
Yeah,
The
I'm
name,
pretty
is in
sure
the,
that.
the name is in the dead. I fear she has already been taken, and I take out the letter written by his father.
The actual one?
The actual one.
He grabs it and scans it over. Yes, this is one of the letters my father sent.
Yes.
Did you meet Jory then?
Fortunately not, he has not made it beyond the walls of this land.
Oh. I see. He just kind of leans back. Well,
We have found
he did volunteer.
we found the devil's servant who brought us the other letter. We have not found them since.
Perhaps this isn't a conversation we should continue here. The devil has its eyes and ears.
Everywhere, I suspect
Yes.
as much.
A very low voice, Ez is going to lean forward and say, especially the Vistani.
He just kind of nods solemnly.
Just say, could I do my good and evil divine sense?
You can?
You can try.
Okay, where are we? Where is he? Right, what would I have to do a check for it? Investigation?
It just works straight up with a defined sense.
Oh, yeah.
You do not feel any, you do not sense any undead around you. You do not sense anything evil around you. You have no inklings that there is a strong evil or good sense anywhere around you.
Well, where would you want us to be to meet, so we can continue this conversation?
You should come to my home. Give me a moment.
Your home?
I must settle my tab. He stands up and walks over to the barkeep. Alright.
I cast a glance around the room because everyone's probably looking at us.
The only other people in the tavern are the barkeep and the Vistani, and the Vistani seem to be notably ignoring you.
I'll just bet they are.
I tried to see whether or not this is a charade.
Insight.
Oh, you want an insight? Sorry,
Yes.
not doing much better.
The Vistani seem to be engrossed in their card game. One of them
Oh.
bellows out in laughter and slaps the other on the shoulder, but they seem set about their own business.
Gaming. Good to keep in mind. After all, I know a bit about games.
Alright.
Ez is going to arch an eyebrow about that. You like cards?
I've been playing a few games with them. Some of them
And what
rather...
dice?
Pardon?
Sorry, I am more dice myself, but if you want cards, Vistani, be amenable to games.
I will probably have the time after we had our little talk.
Alright.
They're everywhere, so don't worry about that.
Ismark returns and says, "Very well then. That's my tab paid for today. I feel I've been terribly rude. I must introduce myself. My name is Ismark Kolalovich." And he holds out his hand.
It is a pleasure to meet you.
Indeed, he's back. Now, I was going to just think of who I'd whisper to say, I suspect that woman back of the house may not have been honest with us.
What are you talking about?
Your sister.
Oh.
Oh, a woman claiming to be your sister.
He just gives you a confused look.
Things
I
feel...
think we should move on now.
Yes.
Yes,
I would suppose so.
Alright. So he strides past you and goes back outside. He glances around the streets and he has a concerned look on his face as he starts to stride rather quickly back down towards the mansion.
We follow.
Gonna go with it.
Alright. You follow along as he comes up to the doorway. You hear him pound on it. Your Honor! It's me, I'm home. Are you sure that's you? Of course it's me! Let us in. Us? Who's us? I have friends.
Remember us?
Hello?
Try again.
I heard candy, you know.
You really want to give people this candy. Alright. As you open the door, as you wait a moment, you hear the rattle of chains and locks as the front door finally opens. And Urana is standing there. She hugs her brother quickly and he passes inside, but she gives you a concerned look before her brother taps her on the shoulder and she lets you in.
No need to worry about us.
As she's all passed inside, she glances around and quickly closes the door. Now let me get... There. So, as you glance around, you realise the interior of the mansion is well furnished. The fixtures show signs of wear, though. There are noticeable oddities, are the boarded up windows and the presence of holy symbols in every room. You notice in a side room, there appears to be a simple wooden coffin surrounded by wilting flowers, and you can smell the faint odour of decay in the air.
I think
Decorated.
we found the one whose name was on the letter.
I believe so too.
When did he die?
He just blatantly ask.
Yeah, I'm gonna point to the coffin. When did they die?
Irina just kind of dabs her eyes. Ismark puts his hand on her shoulder. 3 days ago.
3 days ago, your father died.
Yes. It seems the stress of these nightly harassment was getting a bit much.
Harassment.
Yes.
Well,
Do we plan on staying here for a while?
Sounded like that would be a bad idea.
Yes. We would not catch a night's sleep.
I say, if we're catching a night's sleep, then I'm going to want to do something.
I would not assume we would be able, even if we were to stay. We're here to talk, not to reside. After all, we're mere guests.
I'm going to ask Ismark and / or Irina if they want me to make sure that the person who died's body doesn't reawaken.
He's going to outright ask that?
Yeah, I'm just straight going to ask it.
Alright, Ismark looks over and says, we've taken what steps we can here, but the only way to really prevent that from happening is to have him buried correctly under the sign of the Morning Lord. For that we need to take him to the church, but no one will help us.
I think I could manage it.
It's not going to be a permanent fix, but I can do a short-term solution.
What do you have in mind?
Don't tell me cremation.
No, God no. I want to perform a ritual. It'll only take about 10 minutes, but it will make sure that for the next week or so, his bones will be laid to rest correctly. After that, there are no guarantees, but it's
I
the
think
best
we can
I
accept
do.
that. Anything to give my father a decent bit of rest.
Okay, for the next 10 minutes, I'm going to ritual cast Gentle Repose. It is
Okay.
one of my spells I have learned, so I believe I can.
As you perform that
So for the
ritual,
next 10 days, the body is protected from decay and can become undead. It effectively extends the time limit on raising the target from the dead. It has an unfortunate side effect, but has been freed as already. Yeah, it doesn't matter as much. So basically, he can't be
can you
raised from
just
death for the
link
next
it
10
in
days.
the chat, please, so everyone
Sure.
can see it?
yeah,
One
if
sec.
you could do that so everyone can watch.
I'm more than happy to.
Lovely.
There you go, Gentle Repose. As a ritual.
Okay. So, as you perform this ritual next to the coffin, Irena basically kneels down next to you with her hand resting on the coffin, and you hear her muttering prayers to the Morning Lord under her breath. Ismark beckons the rest of the group into another room. You can see she's a little bit upset about this whole thing.
That's understandable.
Look, you look like you know what you're doing, and you know your way around a sword.
Looks are deceiving.
My sister and I do as well, but the countryside is not safe, and especially with the Devil's Eye on Irena. I want to hire you. I want to ask your help to get her someplace safe.
That sounds like a reasonable proposition. When you say hire, though, what details of that do you have in mind?
I don't have much in the way of gold, but I do still have my father's status. I can grant you... There are a number of empty houses in this town. I could probably grant you the deeds to one of those.
I at
I
least
hesitate
somewhat
to ask.
intrigued by that.
I hesitate to
That's
ask
what that
why
is.
they are empty.
Our population is falling. Who wants to bring children into this world?
Understandable.
Ismark, may I ask you a question?
You just did, but yes, go ahead.
Can I ask you 2 questions?
May I
That's the
have
second.
may I follow this up with an additional question?
You just did.
As we, as,
May I ask two
As we've
more
already-
questions?
You just
as we've already discussed, we dealt with the Durst house.
You
Well,
I
did?
need to know.
Yes, we've been there. And it
Actually,
now
showing,
is,
I'm going to say I point to the helmet I'm wearing.
I pull out the handkerchief that is embroidered with the name of Frederick.
Ismark, is Strahd responsible for what happened to those children?
No. What happened to those children was because their parents tried to impress the devil.
So he's sort of
didn't
responsible.
blame as far as I'm concerned.
Well,
As far as I know, the devil paid them no heed. He was disgusted by them. Even a monster like him was disgusted by those creatures.
Transform
And
it.
did they... Are they still alive, the Durst parents, somehow?
No. As far as I know, several years ago they disappeared into their home and were never seen again. But good riddance to them.
Well, they will never come out again, as the house is no more.
That lines up with the xylophones we found.
We've put the children to rest.
Their children, yes.
Good.
Though,
And I
too.
made them a promise. We wouldn't allow anything like that to happen to anyone in this area again. As far as I'm concerned, I will do all I can to help you and your sister.
And
I
not only
appreciate that.
those, not only you, but ultimately everyone in town. At least those that wish us to succeed.
There are many in this land who've given up hope and have just accepted this as our lot. There are some who tried to fight back against them, but they hadn't been successful before. There's nothing to say we can't try again. But for now, I need to keep Arena safe.
You spoke of a monastery. Is it dedicated to the Morning Lord?
Yes. Well, it's mostly attributed to... Hang on.
He starts picking up a book and flicks around in it. Encyclopedia. Where they
to help you out at that bit.
I think they're all right.
I'm trying to know what god it is myself, so I can't really say.
No, it's a saint, and I can't remember the name of the saint.
Oh yeah, shit. It's
Saint Wilbur.
Abbey.
No, it's not him.
Saint necessarily so.
That's the guy who actually owned. That's the guy out of the church, but he's.
Saint Vesuvius.
It's the,
I should know this.
it's a monastery. It was an abbey of Saint Markovia. It
Could I check my religion?
It was an enemy of Strahd long ago.
So could I check my religion for that?
You can.
Oh.
You have no idea. You've heard of...
Try to.
Malkovia.
This seems like this was probably local to the area of Barovia, and you have no idea who they are.
Fuck.
Yeah.
To be truly honest, the tales of this saint would not have gone outside the realms of Barovia, as they came into existence after the curse took place, so none of you would have heard of this person before.
Oh yeah.
Wasted a perfectly good 20.
Yeah, sorry, Zabornik.
Can't escape.
Well,
But have I ever heard, could it be that the name has ever been uttered outside the walls? Never.
No. This was a person who came to sainthood after the curse befell the land of Barovia, and after it was essentially taken from the material plane. Well, it wasn't taken from the material plane, but since it was closed off from the rest of the
I was
world.
like, it's effectively sealed from the rest of the world.
Yeah.
well, if we're going to deal with Strahd, we might as well visit this monastery anyway.
Yeah. It's on the way.
It's... excuse me. It's out near the village of Cleric, which is far to the west. I think I have a map somewhere. Give me a moment. He goes off to another room and starts rummaging through a desk.
Mind if I lend a hand?
Yes, of course.
I don't find it. However, I find a book
What are
of
you trying to do?
erotica.
Pickpocket him?
No, I was trying to use it as a means of using my skill as a thief.
Alright. What he does
Manual dexterity.
is he shows you the map of the world, and let me just move everything over there. There's so many things open right now. He gives you hold of the map. This map
Yes,
appears pretty old and dusty. It looks like it has been here for quite some time. But you can see broad stretches of the land. He points out the village of Barovia where you currently are. Just here.
I follow the road and this is where we came through.
Yes.
That gate is now closed again.
Yes. Sadly, that's where the mists start to swallow the road.
Yes.
No one can get through those mists without being driven mad.
Well,
And here, he jabs his finger onto the map here. This is the monster's lair.
Huh,
Right.
that's nearby.
this
Yes.
is another gate.
Yes, that leads further into the valley.
And
This
where
area.
are we going?
He brings his finger across the paper and he points you out here, which is far to the west.
I didn't see anything that time.
Kresk.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
correct. Okay, cool.
Yes.
Yes.
We used to trade with them many generations ago, but they've fortified their position around the monastery. And that's
Understandable.
where she'll be safe. But while she's under the eye of that castle, Irina is in danger.
I
It's a long journey.
understand.
How many days' walk is it?
Where?
I'm not entirely sure. I haven't really travelled far outside the town myself. It
seems desperation keeps you on your daily routine to the tavern and back.
There's not much to do in this town, my friend.
What about the pastry lady?
Oh, yes. She comes by every now and then. I think she hails from further west. I've never really talked to her. The smell of her pastries unsettles me.
Meat pastries?
What?
I was just thinking. I apologize.
So, do you have any cards, maybe?
Cards?
Like maybe a carriage that's pulled by a horse, or maybe some kind like what that lady has.
She's
can
talking
pull.
about a wagon. Old people speak.
Maybe there's a wheelbarrow, but if you're talking about travelling carriages, there hasn't been much need to go between towns, so we don't have many.
Oh, fantastic. That's
Plus, if the devil of Strahd, von Strahd, is taking great care to keep your sister under his watch, this gate might be closed right now.
Not only that, I'm curious, Ismark.
Yes?
This appears to be some sort of settlement.
Oh, yes, that was a Vistani camp some time ago. I'm pretty sure it's one of their permanent settlements, but whether or not they're there is another matter. If you want to know more about them, you could talk to Moraba at the Blood of the Vine, if she'll talk to you.
Oh.
I get the feeling I might have a conversation with her.
I was looking forward to getting to know the innkeepers, the owners of the place.
How dangerous is the wilderness compared to being that close to Strahd?
You do remember the fellow that we found right next after we entered?
I'd
The
rather
fellow with the
fight
letter?
wolves than a devil.
Who knows if the wolves aren't the devil?
You notice that
That's why I'm asking.
Ismark has started to chew on his lip, and he has a bit of a darkened expression.
Well, I do remember stories of wolves and similar creatures were servile to vampires, but not sure if
I would not be surprised if they were servants of that devil.
Yeah, everybody slanders the forest creatures. It's well known.
You are a creature of the sea, aren't you?
Potion.
Well, I wasn't going to say it, but it is a little bit odd that you are talking.
Ah,
Well, my friend, our new
She's
friend.
old. She's old in age and wise in years.
I think that we come from a place that is somewhat more diverse than this area.
And as you say that, he just kind of looks at you as well. Are you well, friend?
Yes.
He always talks this way.
It's more, he kind of like waves his hand around your face. You seem a little off colour.
No, this is the normal color.
Ah, I see. Anyway, we do know that Strahd does
We are
have
quite a colourful band, yes.
wolves in his service. Horrendous things. They're not normal hounds. And he has been sending undead to harass us in the night.
Oh, so those were the footprints out there. I thought he was driving the villagers against you.
No,
Definitely zombies.
sadly not.
Fortunately not. If they weren't on your side, things could be much more dire.
I'm just thinking myself here. If that gate might be a problem, perhaps we can cut over land for a short distance and avoid it.
But we would have to cross the Ivlis at some point. Unless we want to take the very long route all around this lake and then try to find a way across Luna River. The Luna.
Sorry, I was doing a ritual. Why aren't we using the gate?
I suspect the gate. If that devil is truly is worth their weight, they would close the gate if they want her to stick around.
I'm less worried about the gate being closed than there being somebody there to meet us.
Or that someone to redirect us or to pull us. Yes, just pull us. Because otherwise we could theoretically just try walking around through the woods or the other way around.
Walking through running water is quite difficult and dangerous.
Oh, running.
That
As you're
depends on the
discussing
river,
this,
which is why I'm asking.
as you're discussing this, and your paladin friend has returned, you suddenly hear, "I'm not going."
oh, great.
Suspected as much.
Ismark just kind of leans up from the desk and says, You have to go. I'm not
There we go
going.
again.
Not while father is lying there."
Irina, so long as you're staying here, you're putting everyone in this village in danger.
You're putting yourself in danger. You're putting your...
I'm still not going until he is lain to rest.
Oh, have you guys never...
Where can we lay him
What?
to rest? Somewhere in town?
Thank you.
She wants him
Take
in
to
the
church.
graveyard
We
of
can
the
get him
church.
buried and blessed by the morning lord, and then he won't turn into one of those things.
Well,
You've seen them.
sounds like that's our first job.
Yeah, looks like it. Looks like we have to go and be nice to the congregation.
Ismark gives you like a really tired look, as if he's had this argument with her before. And he says, "That's why I went to the Blood of the Vine. I was hoping I could get people to help me take father to the church, but no one will come near Irina."
For fear?
Strahd has
remarked.
come to her twice before. His attention is on her. No one wants his attention.
Well, he already got us here. Or at least that's what I suspect. So, he most likely already knows that we're here.
Well, that wouldn't be the first corpse you carry around tonight, so why not?
We can
What?
do.
Long story, spooky house.
What?
We have
Ismark looks at you going,
we have two choices.
Yeah.
Either we take care of her quest and then try to figure out a way to save her, or we go and look the devil in the eye.
I think the first thing
Doing one will do the other. We may as well
Exactly.
just bring the coffin to a church ourselves,
Yeah.
move her where we need to move her, and see what else we can get done. We're trapped here, we must make the most of it.
Exactly. And as I said, if we go to this monastery, we may find some method of killing Strahd.
We might.
well, that was where one of the rebellions against him was started, and that was a nearly successful one. There is a possibility.
Well, some with great ambition have great tricks up on their sleeve. Under their sleeves, in their sleeves, whatever.
Siegbald sleeves.
Let me guess, your uncle taught you that one?
No, I learned that from my father. Great man. Unfortunately, dead man.
That seems to be going around.
He died in an accident. Weird one, but an accident, I've been told.
There has been a
Anyway.
legend that if Strahd falls, the mists will leave, and will be able to go freely
We
into the
can
world.
leave.
That does make sense.
But
Well, that means our quarry's with him.
there have been several attempts before.
But none of them
Yeah.
were by us.
Well, I've said it before and I say it again.
And
I
not
remember
tracking-
someone else saying that before, and he just kind of looks over at Ez. One of your companions, was it not?
Ez
Well,
just stares at him and doesn't respond. You live and you learn. And to the rest of the group, we are taking this body, Mary, and we are taking this girl, and she points to Arena, to safety.
Well, it's like I
Letting that creature get his way. Leans back.
Well,
it's like I said back in the house. We're not. Strahd got us trapped in here with him. He's trapped in here with us.
oh,
Ismark
sounds
laughs.
familiar, doesn't
Oh,
it?
my sweet child. Oh,
That does sound familiar.
I don't have enough guiding bolts for that to be working yet.
You clearly
Well-
have not been in this land for long.
Well,
There's no
we've-
one who can stand up to the devil. We may as well
We-
focus on what we can do.
We've already taken down
And what we
someone
can
who
do
was
is we
trying
can
to.
put this body to rest.
Yes.
First,
Plus, we already took great care of one of the houses that was trying to flatter the devil, so I think we've achieved more than others, unfortunately, have been able to. We have good chance. We have a good chance.
She looks kind of furious at that statement, but she's just gonna. She's not.
Like I say, we get to the monastery, we can find information.
They never got to the point, as they never got there, but not of their own fault.
Overconfidence is.
Overconfidence
should
is
keep an eye
deadly.
out
I
for.
know. I know.
At the very
Um,
least, once we
But
put this,
I'm confident we have at least a fair shot.
we have to at least try.
Yes.
Okay, let's aim for half of us staying alive at least.
Yes. Let it be the half that can fight.
Alright,
Thank you
Overak
very
and Sarah
much.
Lane, if you two want to grab the coffin,
Okay.
we should
Uh,
get a move on.
Yes, I would
As
say
we
so.
may want you to help him with the coffin. I'm not sure how heavy it's going to be.
Ez is right next to the coffin already. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is something that I could do to help prepare for danger if the good sir here would be willing to lend me some supplies if he happens to have them.
Or what do you have in mind?
I need a supply of charcoal and some various incense and herbs.
Have charcoal. I'm not sure about incense. Perhaps
I've got some.
perhaps Father Dorovich will help you with that.
If
I
he's
believe I
willing
have
to
some if you
help.
need it.
I've got some as well.
I invested
Well.
quite heavily in rituals.
Specifically, I need various ingredients that total a cost of 10 gold, so you can't just produce them out of a component pouch.
You could perhaps stop by the market on the way.
We could try
Before
that.
we
We
leave?
could go.
I
We
have a
could
10
go
gold
and-
block of incense as far as I don't know how much a block of incense is. No one's ever given me a number.
That's about a pound.
How much is that in gold?
I think a pound of incense costs a couple of gold. Hang on. Let's see.
That's a crazy amount of incense. Then.
I mean, I can always try and pawn off the dulled ring that we found. Pull it out of my pouch.
I just got 5 sticks of incense.
Do not worry. I will go to the market and try to acquire
So I'd
some.
ask now as opposed to when it's late. Like
There
later.
is no incense listed in the player's guide.
Of course.
I thought there wasn't in trade goods.
I have. Oh, it's 1 gold piece for a block of incense. So I
Oh,
have
yeah,
1
there we
gold.
are. Oh, there we are. I was looking
Yeah.
at the wrong page. Yeah, it's...
Yeah,
Again, if
A gold
you
piece for a
want
block.
if you want me to,
Yeah. So I have a gold piece. Well, if I can give you.
if you want me to barter a little bit, I can do that.
Sure, let's see what we can find. I was just hoping that, Noble's house might be well stocked enough, but
Alright.
hope
Anyway.
seems not entirely rewarded in this particular slice of existence.
Ismark rolls up the map. It says, well,
We gotta
I'll
get
make
going.
preparations for our journey. Well, Irina, yes? She just kind of nods at each other, and she goes and you hear her rattle around upstairs. I'll go with you and speak to Dorovich, and then we can make arrangements to leave.
All right.
If you're worried about Strahd intervening, perhaps make your departure as quiet as possible.
That is the intention. If we can fool his spies into thinking that she is still in this house for as long as possible,
Oh,
we should have a decent head start before the devil knows.
Does anybody know how to cast illusions?
unfortunately, that has not come up in my correspondence course yet. I'm taking a correspondence course and being a little bit of a bard
Illusions of what?
of an individual. I know where she's going.
Hmm.
To be fair, all we need to really do is get her a cape and convince her to take off her colours.
Smarnak,
I was thinking the exact same.
Yes.
forgive me for asking this, but you've had
Okay.
experience. You won't be able to sort out perhaps makeup, perhaps? We could disguise her as a peasant girl.
I may have some with me.
Possible.
Did we not find a book with a few spells in it?
As I said, if we can convince her just to take off her colours, we should be able to be fine.
It should be
Oh.
fine.
I'm just saying.
Also, do you have any coat hangers in the house?
Coat hangers?
Yes,
Well,
you
we have
see, when
the
you have
pegs
a...
next to the door.
What I'm thinking is, when you have spies checking the house to see if you're still in there, it can do a world of wonder to leave some lights on and place a coat hanger with some clothes on it right next to the window where they could see the shadow outside.
Oh, you're talking about that depiction.
I'm talking
Yeah,
about life experience, my friend.
Isn't this? We've heard about this.
We keep the lights dim at night to avoid drawing more attention than necessary from those creatures.
Yeah.
Plus,
that
as soon
will
as
not
they
be a
breach the
problem.
door, they will smell the ruse. Possibly even literally.
They are dumb creatures. They bang at the walls, bang at the windows.
The creatures might be dumb, but the leader of the pack is not. I fear.
Using my idea, we could always leave something in the beds.
I mean, I still have these decrepit robes. Well, they look better when I picked them up. Shouldn't have put them in the dryer.
Well, like I say, we could always leave something in the beds to make them think that they're still here.
I'm not sure if that'll work on a powerful magic user.
Well, we think about this later, I would say. Would you agree?
I would say so, yes.
Everyone else?
To Irina, and it's like, are you coming with us and your father? Or are you staying here?
I will help you carry my father.
Irina.
Irina,
No.
it's better if she stays here.
Yes.
I completely agree.
That's what I was thinking. Irina should stay.
There are a few in the town who believe that offering her to the devil will give them rewards.
Yes.
Or at least a reprieve from their own dull lives.
Yes.
I know, Jackals like that.
I know people who did that.
The Dusts were like that. And you saw what happened to them.
Yeah. Now they are no more.
Shoulder, and she's going to say, "You don't trust us. I only met your father once. He's a good man, and I promise
we honor him.
Best.
What this?
I've seen what they do. They will do good. Stay here, and we will come back for you. Have my word."
He kind of looks at you as if he's fighting with some internal conflict. I appreciate that. Thank you. I will stay with Irina.
You know the way to the chapel.
That is the correct answer.
Just bear him carefully, please. You
Well,
see his eyes start to tear up.
Don't worry. We've got you. And Des is going to turn to the rest of the group and she's just going to snap her fingers and say, "Come on, we need to do this now."
1 and 2 and lift.
Right. And we're lifting. Yeah. Do we want to escape going really badly? What's the DM?
All right.
Do we even
we're
lift,
lifting,
bro?
we're going.
We're lifting, we're going.
Yeah, I'm having flashbacks at the minute, so...
So then, Ez takes up the front and leads you through the streets, carrying the rather weighty coffin of the burgomaster. She takes you up through the main square, past the market and past the tavern. You notice that the streets are emptying as you go past. A few members of the village pause and take off their hats as a mark of respect. Others seem to shy inside. But as you make your way up to the church...
I thought that was the church, not that.
It was not. That was me making a mistake.
Oh well.
I thought that was the church, but it's not.
I say the
All
church
right.
is the top one by itself.
All right.
It's not
Thank
because
you.
this one's attached to the
Makes more sense. It has a churchyard after all.
Remember, Ez was the one giving you directions as well, and she was like, "Ez, this way." Oh no, this way.
Okay.
Yeah, you're taking directions from a crazy
All
person.
right.
Okay. So then,
Who knocks?
he's arrived at the church, and that is the wrong map.
Who knocks?
Take a moment to set the coffin down. Ismark isn't there.
I look different. I feel like I look different now.
Yeah, we got new tokens, everybody.
Ah,
Here I am, more handsome than ever.
Aren't you all gorgeous? Okay. So, he's entered the church. He's come to the outside of the church.
who knocks? Who's going to knock?
You take a moment to rest as you've had to carry up a slight rise to get here. You see, excuse me, the church has obviously weathered the assaults of evil for centuries on end and is worn and weary. A bell tower raises toward the back, and flickering light shines through the holes in the shingled roof. The rafters appear to strain and groan against their load. What do you do?
Again, who decides to knock? Who's the one who goes to knock?
Carrying the coffin.
I think Siegbald should knock.
Deal.
See, it's the one who knocks.
I'm going to walk up. I'm going to knock.
Well, I'm thinking, is it four of us are all of a similar height? Carrying the
And
coffin.
I'm not.
Alright. As you approach the door, you realise that the heavy wooden doors of the church are covered with claw marks and appear to have been scarred by fire.
Oh, great.
I'm going to continue and knock.
The door swings open without much resistance. And I'm trying to do things on speculators.
Do I remember the name? Were we told a name of anyone who might be
Yes,
here?
I
Or
Alright,
not?
Chicken.
You remember the name Dorovich?
Father Dorovich, yes.
Donovich, sorry. Donovich.
Donovan.
Donovich.
Father Donovan, yes.
Donny!
Dorovich now.
Oh, he's Donovich. Please don't change it because I'll get really
The doors open to reveal a 10-foot wide, 20-foot long hall leading to a brightly lit chapel. The hall itself is unlit and reeks of mildew. There are 4 doors, 2 on each side of the hall, that lead to adjacent chambers. You hear a soft voice reciting the prayer from further on in.
Want to go alone, or do you want...
If I
someone to
need
back
help,
you up?
I'll shout. Just follow slowly behind.
Alright.
I'm going to advance to about
As you step
here-ish.
in, you suddenly hear a horrendous, inhuman scream that rises up from the floorboards beneath you.
So it sounds like it comes from below me, right?
Yep.
I'm going to turn around and say, "You need it."
Coffin
Follow
down.
behind.
Coffin down, everyone
Yeah.
in.
Maybe bring the coffin inside.
Alright.
Just inside the door should be okay.
Whoop.
Oops.
Alright, let's lift the coffin here.
Alright.
Oh,
He's lift the coffin and bring it inside the door.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do it myself.
I would say because multiple of you are doing it at the one time.
Alright.
As you look further in,
Our cumulative strength score is very high.
Yeah.
and boop. These are.
Oop.
Oh yeah, that's Donovich. Got another
Right,
picture.
just let me get this. Alright. As you look around, you realise this chapel is an utter shambles. With overturned and broken pews littering the dusty floor, there are dozens of candles mounted around in candlesticks and candelabras and light every dusty corner, in a fervent attempt to rid the chapel of shadows. At the far end of the church sits a claw-scarred altar, behind which kneels a priest in soiled vestments. Next to him hangs a long, thick rope that stretches up into the bell tower. From beneath the chapel floor, you can hear a young man's voice cry out, "Father, please! I'm starving!"
Well, that's rather concerning.
Father Donovich, I presume.
He turns and looks over to you. You can see his face is just utterly tired. He looks like he hasn't slept in a long time. Yes. His voice is hoarse and weak. How can I help you?
I think
We came here on other business, but would you care to explain the shouting?
He just kind of crumples back to his knees. My son. My only son. A terrible
What is it?
thing has happened to him.
Has happened to him?
What's happened? Is he sick?
That is one way to say it.
It's something to do with you-know-who?
Don't speak his name. For the love of the morning Lord,
You
don't
know
speak
who.
his name.
The accursed?
Yes. He's done terrible things to my son.
What has he done? If you do not mind me asking.
They say the creature down below is not my son, but I know it's still him. It has to still be him.
He has been afflicted in some fashion, I presume.
Yes.
For God's sake, don't make the poor man spell it out.
She's going to walk straight up to him. She's going to put the the sword down behind her back and everything, and say, "How long has he been turned?"
I'm not sure. It has been some time.
I'm going to read how
Sometime.
spell works quickly, because this might be really helpful.
I'm trying to see where it is.
Is there greater restoration for that?
Probably.
It doesn't give a date. He doesn't know how long it has been.
Ah, okay. Child petrified. Cursed.
It still speaks with a human.
Not Siegbald. Sorry. Sir Alan. I don't suppose your special senses could give us any insight into the true nature of the situation?
Perhaps they could. Let's see. Divine sense again.
Alright. As you cast Divine Sense, you feel a presence of a vampire below you.
Okay. That was the data point that I needed. Below us.
I was like, below.
I kind of figured by the unnatural voice coming from below, the unnatural screech that came out of the cathedral
You're...
before we all were ushered in.
I'm disturbed at the low level of imagination your paranoia has. We'll talk about that later.
What paranoia? I'm not paranoid, I'm just right.
That's the problem. In any case...
Just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get me.
Look, just because there's a vampire in the building doesn't mean it's not the man in front of us. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, of course, that's
There
always
is
the
quite an
possibility.
easy way to test that.
Well, yes, it would require, what, a stake?
No, much easier.
Oh, just a
throw out the
bit
door.
of lamb.
Well,
Not a good steak.
we just figured that we just determined this, so we're all good.
Well, he's not jumped at us. Plus, all the light. I think I heard sometime that they don't like light. Vampires.
Is it light in the church?
Yep, there is sunlight eking through the windows, and there are torches and candles that light up this entire room.
Is the
almost like-
sunlight on Father Donovich?
Not directly, no. But you've noticed since you've come to this land, there hasn't been much strong direct sunlight. It has always been overcast.
Mm-hmm. But with Sir Alan's little insight there, we're fine. We're okay. We don't need to investigate that angle any further.
Well, there's always the possibility that there might be a vampire and the sun.
Right, just letting you know, though, I can only use Divine Sense one more time before we get a long rest.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, two more.
We should use it sparingly.
So, what is your intention then, Father? To just
Have him
leave him
contained.
in there?
He'll do no harm to anyone. I've been praying to the Morning Lord to find a way to restore him, or give him peace without destroying him.
We understand. At least I do.
Father, if I know you're loath to discuss it, but if we kill Strahd, is there a possibility he could restore your son?
Don't say his name! Not in this place!
Father,
I don't know.
I'm a paladin. It is my duty to destroy this evil. I say his name because I do not fear him.
Then you're a fool.
Then we're all fools sometimes.
You say his name, you bring his eye upon you.
I want him to look upon me.
If he looks upon him, upon us, he doesn't look upon anyone
Then do
else.
not afflict your madness on others. Do not speak his name.
Father, we've come for...
We wish to bury the Burgmeister.
Yes, I heard he passed.
Yes,
I can help you with that. We would... To protect him from this foul curse, we would need to bury him in the first rays of morning light.
that means dealing with an onslaught of unwanted visitors that have ruined your church.
There have been no corporeal undead here for some time.
Wonderful. Ghosts.
There is always the March of the Damned,
Yes.
but none that pose any threat to us.
Well,
That is good to hear.
What did the damage in here? Was it your son when you were trying to help him?
Some, yes. The rest is simply due to neglect. I have not cared for this place as the Morning Lord demanded. That is my fault.
I think the Morning Lord would understand.
And if he doesn't, fuck him.
Language,
I
my
am
dear.
millisecond and casting silence on you.
I'm sorry, I just never understood the practice of confining their religion to houses.
There is one reason I took silence.
And give her a thumbs up.
Ovak is going to walk up to the priest and cast Prestidigitation to clean all his clothes.
Alright.
A couple times if necessary, but clothes don't actually take up that much volume.
It does not know. He's still chuckling at Zabornak's brash nature, but he looks down and sees what you've done, and he just clasps a hand on your shoulder and just continues to chuckle.
It is good to have a moment of laughter.
I do not think I have laughed since that madman came. But thank you.
Madman.
I appreciate that.
Yes, that's what I meant to do.
Father, madman?
Yes. That stupid wizard. Another man who thought he knew better and how to deal with Strahd. My foolish son followed him. Half the town followed him. They tried to storm the Thing's castle.
What was this wizard's name?
I do not remember. I
Ez?
don't think he really gave a name.
Ez?
Yeah?
Have you heard of that individual before?
I've known magic users. What was this description?
Completely not as...
I did not see his face. All I saw was his back as he pontificated outside my church. I begged Toro not to go with him. I begged. But he thought this wizard could do it. They all thought he could.
When was this?
It was some time ago.
3 years ago? Or sooner?
Years. It was years. Has it been years?
How many times have you had to relight the sconces on the wall?
He
Do you
looks
remember?
around. He looks genuinely confused by that question.
It is how I measure time. So
It was not... I don't keep track of those things.
it is understood, of course.
But anyway, you wanted to arrange for a funeral.
Yes.
Have you brought the deceased?
Yes, we've brought the deceased. He is currently resting in the front hall.
Then
Behind
bring him in here.
All right. Heave ho.
Okay. You all gather up and you just bring the coffin in. As you just bring it in, Donovich starts to perform some rudimentary prayers and splashes the coffin with holy water.
Is there anything we can do?
I will probably need your assistance to take him out to the graveyard in the morning.
Aside from that,
Your prayers, perhaps. Heed my warning not to speak that thing's name, and don't follow that madman's steps. Stay away from it. It only leads to death.
well, though.
Please! I'm starving!
No, you're not.
Ez is gonna look over
How
at
to a dick am I?
Yes.
What'd you say?
question. I was about to say she's gonna look over at the priest and everything and Donovich, and she's gonna be like,
You see there's fresh tears going down his face.
"This is the stupidest question I may ever ask, but
The stupidest question that I would ask, probably.
are you going to be all right by yourself? The burden you're putting on yourself with this not going to help."
There's no one else who will help me anymore. I will be fine. I have done this for some time, and if I ask another for help, they will kill him. The Morning Lord will come to me eventually. He will show me what to do.
Maybe the Morning Lord sent for us. I muttered to myself.
Ez is going to look over the rest of the group. Are we willing to wait here until the morning?
It would not be wise to leave him alone.
Hmm.
Even though he's stricken with grief about the condition of his beloved son. That much I can tell, at least. Haven't seen that much love in a long time. A parent. I would say he can use our help to fend off whatever demons come in the night to haunt him.
The demon's already here.
Yes.
To be fair, we could do
But
with
so
a
are
rest.
we.
To be fair, we could do with a rest.
Yes. We should, however, think about plugging our ears.
Just a heads up,
If we
it's like
try to
10
sleep.
o'clock in the morning at this stage.
See, that's the question because we started. It's going to be literally nearly 24 hours. So
Yes.
Ez is probably going to be asking. It's like, do we have any other plans?
We
Well, we could
speak
always
to
go
the-
and...
We could speak to the tavern owners.
Well, I know
Yes.
what I want to do.
Mm,
This a pressing matter beneath her.
Yes. I understand.
Do you say that aloud?
Oh yeah, and if he wants to, I'm gonna
Oh my
fucking
God.
ruin his weekend and his religion.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Well, Rystar and I could go to speak with the tavern owners.
Yes. That's always a good idea. Talk to the locals. Especially since they look rather colorful. I do remember someone very colorful giving us the note.
Indeed,
Bringing us here.
I do
You mean
recall.
the Vistani?
Yes, I do
Not necessarily. Not yes. We might have encountered one of their messengers.
and one of their settlements is near where we need to go.
Yes. Plus, yeah, their settlement at least is the way. It might be useful to stay for a night's rest if necessary.
Indeed.
The question is, do we split up? Or do
No.
we stay? Or do we stay as one?
Yes.
I would say we stay as one, but myself and Rystar should do the talking, I think.
I can probably charm something of the ladies.
You're not the only one.
Or at least I can win
They
their
respond to
trust in games.
Alright.
Though I suspect, seeing that they're business people, they might be a little bit tough to chew.
So we all go to the tavern.
Father?
Donovich looks around you. Basically, he says, "You all look like you've seen some horrible things last night. Perhaps you should take the day and rest. I would ask your help to bury him in the morning. Please come back here before dawn and we can put him to rest."
Agreed.
We shall.
Yes.
I'm talking to the path there, but yeah. Are we really willing to leave whatever's below here? Below
I have him contained. He
What
cannot
does that
escape.
mean?
He cannot escape. He has been there for years.
Explain properly. Show me what you mean by contained.
He kind of looks a little bit doubtful, but he nods and starts moving down the hallway, skirting
Okay.
past you, and comes to this room.
I'm just following.
It is right behind.
So he opens up the door. He shows you this.
Before anyone walks in, I close the door behind us.
Oh, come on. Shenanigans!
He crouches down next to this trapdoor, and you see that it has a large iron padlock on it with a thick chain. There's also symbols of the Morning Lord scribbled in chalk, and some are burned into the wood around the door, the trapdoor, and the floor board itself. He kind of rests his hand on the chain, and fresh tears starts to fall again. This holds him. It has held him for all that time. As long as this stays shut, he is a danger to no one, and I can try and find a way to save him.
You know there is no cure.
There must be.
You know and I know. There is nothing either of us can do anymore but save his soul.
If the sire is destroyed, then he can have peace. But if he is destroyed in this state, then his soul is damned.
I try to listen in on what's going on behind the door.
If his sire is destroyed, then nothing will bind him. Then he can be laid to rest. But you can't do this now.
I'm going to stand back from kneeling beside him and walk to the door. We'll see if that is the case. I'm going to open the door.
Alright. As you open the door, you see that the priest is now kneeling down with his head lining against the trapdoor, and he is sobbing anew.
This is just like going to take a moment, just like glaring. She's almost choking on rage, looking at Siegbald before moving past and putting a hand on the priest for a minute or two.
I want to intimidate Siegbald a little bit.
I mean, you can try.
I already
That's
tried.
a really dangerous thing to do. I don't care about your rolls. I've got my anti-intimidation button.
I understand what is your duty, but he is still mourning.
Even I found that distasteful.
He probably understands that he cannot let him out. That his son is gone. Give him the shred of hope that at least his son's soul will still be untainted and move to a better place. Instead of ruining it now.
Right now, these people in this place need hope.
Yes, they need hope.
They need honesty.
They need hope.
There's a difference between honesty and trying to wrench a man's heart out.
Is there?
Honesty is one thing. But hope. This place is forlorn. Don't you see it? If there is no hope, they will succumb to the one who is not wanted here.
And we will need their help. Distraction. I realize that sounds a little bit heartless, but
A little bit.
I do not mean for them to be put in harm's way. However, if we can keep Strahd's vision on this village, at least for a little while, we will be alright.
Do you not see? You see, he is focusing his efforts on this town already. He has turned one of theirs, at least one, possibly more, into one of his kind.
Exactly. Right now, while that vampire is down there, Strahd doesn't think anything is wrong.
Yes. If we rock the cradle too much, someone will come. Check.
Exactly.
Besides, that man in there is a priest. In the case of a vampire infestation, that's the same thing as a weaponsmith. We don't want him on our bad side.
He is, as much as I hate to say it, a valuable asset.
Agreed.
If we anger him by tossing aside his concerns, we might not be. He might see us no better than the one he does not want in this house of worship. So, for now, leave him be.
As basically walks up behind Siegbald and murmurs in Celestial. For the record, I agree with you that eventually we will have to take care of this problem. Another problem to deal with first, and we need to pick our fights. Not now.
I don't understand what
I'm
you're
gonna turn
saying
back.
right now.
And in Celestial, I'm respond. You can see as well as I can that he may not be a ally.
I know how devious some, and she's going to start talking in Celestial, and then she's going to stop and look at the rest of the group and be like, "We should have a conversation later." And outside.
In common. Agreed. Let's go.
Finally.
As it's going to again, it's like she's gonna, nod to the priest and everything, and say like, "We will be back for the night."
I have little room to spare, but if you need to, you can stay in the chapel.
We will not leave
Are
you
you sure
alone.
how much rest will get him a chapel?
Well,
Seems quite a noisy place.
it might be a noisy place, but it's the terrorists that come to us, not the other way around then.
Yes,
So
I
let them
understand.
come.
I'm sure you'll find something.
We will.
But thank you for your understanding.
Right. I think with that we leave the church, or does Siegbald still want to bicker with Ez?
We've already both said we want to leave. We're waiting on everyone else.
All right. Let's move to the tavern then. My throat is dry.
Okay. So you all
So
head
let's-
back outside.
Yes.
That's a good thing. Juicy throats is not something you want to have here.
You hear Donovich mumble a prayer to the Morning Lord to grant you safe passage as he heads back into his chapel.
As I hear him do that, I'm going to use thaumaturgy, and I'm going to make sure all the lights inside the church get a little brighter as he does it.
Oh,
Someone's a little nice on the man.
In my defense, none of you will probably notice that apart from probably Celery Lane at the back.
Yeah, I noticed it.
Yeah, I'm already out.
It's...
Alright,
I'm not doing it for
you
any.
in there.
so then. You leave the grieving priest and return to the village.
on the way to the village, Ez is going to, be chatting to them as they're walking. Okay, so, like I was saying, we have to be practical about this. To probably kill the son, or at least put him to rest. And that is going to possibly break the old man.
It
Of
is,
life.
it is a possibility.
It's also a possibility
Definitely
that
crazed.
We could well cure him with knowledge from the monastery, or, as we've said, killing Strahd could undo the curse.
well,
He's gonna shrug.
I'm afraid I'm not sure if I have any kind of spell to fix a broken heart.
it will be difficult, but it will be something we can.
Can confirm there are
Hopefully
no canon
address
spells
later.
in E5 that fix broken hearts.
I have been looking. Oh, that's one thing. I was looking at Greater Restoration earlier. I was like,
Well,
can this do madness and upsetness? No, fuck.
well,
It's called Dominate Person.
I think High Emotions kind of does. I need like an hour's nap to do it.
well, we have certainly bigger fish to fry, don't we?
But yeah, as carries on, she's gonna say, yes, we need to keep our eyes on the main task. We are trapped. To figure out how we're going to get out, we need to use these people well. We need allies,
Yes.
not
we
enemies.
need to make friends, and that's
Exactly.
what we're here for.
He
Aren't we?
grins madly at you. Exactly. And then she'll like drop the act and everything, and she'll carry on.
Facade, yeah.
Yeah.
I return the wide grin, and basically as soon as she drops, so do I.
She nods at you. This is survival. Survived for 3 years in this hell.
Yeah.
We will try to give them what they want. Other than that, we need to find our way to the castle eventually.
Yes.
Have to take that creature out. It is the only way of escape.
Yeah.
Or
Unless we scale the walls.
I don't think that'd be a good idea.
Who knows what awaits us on the top of the
depends if you got
walls.
Spider Crown. I've been there.
Not a good place.
And she,
Whereabouts?
we were overconfident.
Yeah.
We could take it.
Yeah.
We were wrong. I don't remember much of the layout. I just...
Even
But
though
there are things up there. It's not good. So
yeah,
we need to prepare. We need to take our time.
yeah, but hopefully not 3 more years. I don't think I would be able to hold myself together as well as you did in 3 years.
Better
We
3
said
years.
to help ourselves together.
Better 3 years lost than like that priest's
yeah.
son.
3 years and all the friends lost. That's the problem. When you have people with you, you can be strong, but when you're all by yourself,
Well then, don't die.
Good advice. But one last thing before we go in here.
yes,
With Danny for 3 years.
yeah,
Come and go through the mist. They are the only ones able to do this. I don't know how.
well,
Placate them. Play up to them. Ingratiate myself. Succeeded, I don't know, but the Vistani are the key. But when we go in here, we're going to make some friends.
yes,
Oh, yes.
friends.
Not
Everyone, put on your best smiles.
Ovak shows you all her teeth.
Smiles, not grins.
yuppies. Oh, yeah.
You guys, I would join in, but my kind doesn't have teeth.
Do you even have lips?
Sort of?
Is it lips or a beak?
Well, it is a beak.
I don't sound
Flesh on it.
racist.
Well, she got her hard candy after all.
Yeah, how does that work?
It's magic. She
I
doesn't have to
crunch it
explain
with
it.
my beak.
But are you like a snapping turtle that has teeth the whole way down its throat?
Just tiny ones.
I'm
Well-
just going to look up how turtles eat hard candy.
It's like a grate. It's like a cheese grater.
And to completely derail the plot and everything, considering Zabornak said that she was basically a hooker in a previous life, that adds a whole new dimension. So
No.
Well,
I'm just going to throw
Anyway.
out there, I looked at how the inside of a leatherback turtle's mouth is, and I don't see the attraction myself.
well, some people have rather interesting
There's a
ideas.
line, and I think that crosses.
Yeah, that's a sea turtle.
Yeah.
Some people have unconventional needs.
I'm not
Besides,
sure whether or
I'm a
not I
forest
want to
turtle.
show this to chat, but yeah.
My God.
Do you get hit like twitch for that one? It's just biology. It's just a turtle.
All right, so this
It's
is
a mouth.
this is the throat of a sea turtle whose main diet is squid.
Oh,
It's like that, so a squid can't
Even
crawl its way back out.
Pretty much.
Yeah. It's a squid shredder.
I just finally opened the image. That's
Shredder.
It is
Yes.
actually horrible.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's a sarlacc.
basically.
Yeah.
You asked for it, Ray. Or Nay, you asked for it.
Oh no!
Sandworm. Well,
Woken. Anyway, we will go to the tavern.
put on your best
Out
behavior.
of our heads. Yeah.
Oh no, weird.
I'm sorry, Daniel. We somehow got into an in-character conversation about how Zabornak's mouth works, and and Matt googled what a turtle's throat looked like.
Oh,
I didn't need that in my life.
You have no one to blame but yourself and the internet and all of us.
I mean, not all turtles look like that.
Yeah, that's a sea turtle. Its diet consists mainly of squid and octopuses, so that's why it's like that. In the meantime,
Could be like
here,
this.
have this.
But
This
it's probably
will
somewhere in
make
between.
things better.
It's
snapping
probably
turtle,
somewhere
yeah.
in between. That probably makes it sound worse.
Yep. There we are. Here's a new image for you. This is the part of the stream
Right.
where we plug Dennis's artwork.
That's
Plug.
Okay, yeah. My commission's open and I'm trying to raise money for medical expenses, convention, and travel and all sorts of stuff. So, yeah.
Well worth it there.
I might commission you to design a tattoo for me at some point as well.
Sure, would be the first to be a pleasure.
Alright. Anyway, moving on. So then, through your conversation, you have managed to make your way to the main square of the town. The villagers, again, openly staring as you have passed by, but none of them seem to have taken much interest in you.
Good thing I don't have my mouth open, huh?
That's canon now, by the way. Just saying that. That's canon.
Cool.
Oh.
What have I done?
Anyway. I wave to some people and say, lovely to see you too.
A small kid looks at you and starts to raise their hand to wave back, but her mother quickly grabs her hand and starts to pull her away from you.
we may have to be a bit more subtle than that.
Dark Orc, roll me a perception check.
Perception check. Terrible perception check. Worse than
will
my
do.
passive.
That will do. As you look around after getting a small huff that you couldn't wave at the small child, you realise that everybody who's walking the street is wearing very dark clothing. Browns, blacks, greys. And you recall Irana was wearing bright red and yellow. And you remember her brother commenting on hiding her colours.
Yes.
Huh?
I look back at I look into my rucksack and take a look at the remnants of the cultist robes.
They are all black. They
They're
are
all
tattered
black,
and moth-eaten,
but black.
but black.
Plans are formulating in my head. Plans that aren't ready to be talked about.
And we're going to the tavern.
Oh, we have a tavern.
Yep.
We
Nothing
have
else.
three very colourful ladies to talk to.
Alright. You head into the tavern. I have too many pop-ups open. Oh my god.
And it still looks like the very first tavern we've been in.
Shh.
Clearly, it's like a Weatherspoons.
I literally have a limit of how much I can upload. It's getting to the point where I might actually need to get the lowest tier of membership on this website just so I can put more stuff on. Anyway, so you enter back into the tavern. You notice that there are one or two more people here. The barkeep gives you another look, goes back to clean his glasses. The Vistani give you another glance, but go back to their own deal. What do you do?
Two steps or one step? Who do you want to go to talk to first? Barkeep? Or do you want to go straight to the Vistani?
I would say Vistani, but I'm going to put on a bit of an act while doing this. Rystar, how good are you at acting?
Well, it's not necessarily the greatest thing. I'm not an actor. But I've been told I'm rather charming, so...
That should be enough. That should be enough. I think we should go have a little discussion, don't you?
Well, what about?
Well, we need to find out if our Vistani settlement's still down by the river.
Well, and the nature of the Vistani is also rather curious.
Indeed, so the more information we have on them, we might be able to turn them to our cause.
Shall we ask the barkeep to give us the drinks for the ladies?
Certainly.
Barkeep!
What?
There are three lovely ladies here.
Aww.
He just kind of looks around the room and shrugs. What? The Vistani, however, are looking at you, and one of them is giggling behind her hand.
I glance over to the one giggling. I want to show my gratitude to these ladies, and I point to the Vistani. So, I would like to give them a drink of their own choosing.
The Vistani look at you with a considering look. Avak, give us a picture. Hey! You see him duck down behind the counter, and he brings up an old clay pitcher of wine. He brings it around and sets it on the Vistani's table, and then walks up to you. 1 silver.
1 silver. Here, keep the rest. I give him 1 gold.
Right. He pockets it and heads back around the counter.
How we go over and introduce ourselves?
Well, I think we've already made our introduction to the ladies, so...
Yes, we've got to make it official. Just follow my lead.
Very
So
well.
I just
have a mental image of him slicking back his hair.
He's Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I'm putting down the hood.
Ladies, would you mind if we join you?
We would, actually, yes.
Excellent. This is my dear friend Rystar. My name is Elaine Lowell.
It was a pleasure to meet all of you.
They kind of look around at each other, Till finally pops up, one of them pops up and says, "You're new in town then?"
Oh yes, we're... How can I put this? We're
We're
knights errant.
travelers.
Yes, searching for adventure, all that sort of thing. You know, my friend here is quite the thing about town, and I myself am a nobleman.
A thing
Oh,
about
don't
town.
sell yourself short.
There's something we don't hear every day, Lay. The other two start giggling again.
Oh yes, he's quite the eligible gentleman.
You wouldn't believe it, ladies. It's...
But in all our travels, we never encountered three lovely exotic young maidens such as yourselves.
One of them leans over your shoulder and says, "Yes, you seem to prefer... shellfish?" You start laughing.
Oh,
Perhaps.
You'd sometimes need to try new things, ladies. But we've never come across ladies such as you, so refined and witty.
At that, they just burst into absolute fits of laughter.
But we would certainly love to know more about you.
If you knew more about us, you'd realise that we are none of those things, gents.
I believe it.
You're not ladies.
We are not.
You're
No.
not ladies. Well,
I would say possibly.
Let's just say we know
Demigoddesses?
how to have a little bit of fun.
oh. Well, we are always friends of fun.
Oh yes.
After all. I could not help but notice that you were playing a game of cards earlier on.
One of them peeks up. "Do you like to play cards?"
Well, it is one way to enjoy the company of others. Unfortunately, I seem to have misplaced my own deck.
It was so impressive, too. You should see his blue-eyed dragon.
Now there's
Oh,
a
no.
rumor if I ever heard it.
They kind of look at each other and says, "Look, whatever you want to call your STDs, that's perfectly fine. But if you want to play, you're going to have to put down some coin."
How much?
Let's start the stakes a little low. Let's go for a few silver pieces.
I'm afraid I have no silver on me. Only gold.
Ah. Well, you're already raising the stakes. Perhaps we could make room at the table for you.
If you don't mind, I would like to bring my friend with me. Don't you want to, Sir Elaine?
I'm afraid that my last gold piece went last week. You know that.
I remember you had poor luck.
Oh God, yes.
There's always room at the table for someone with poor luck.
I suppose.
I see you are experienced in the cards.
Let's just say we've played a fair few hands. Now come. Are you going to play or are you going to talk?
Well, why not both?
Indeed.
And I put down 2 gold pieces. One for me, one for Elaine. I'm going to buy you in for this time.
Thanks, old sport.
After all, you helped me out last time when I was being cheated.
Oh yeah, that was a nasty business.
Yes.
As you mention the word cheating, one of the women kind of stiffens and starts eyeing you up. And you can see that she's especially checking your sleeves.
Oh, I have no need to cheat.
The other thing got my sleeves and my arms.
And I obviously pull back the sleeves of my clothing.
And I'm basically wearing leather gauntlets, so can't really hide anything in them.
At this point, I would like to roll perception to see if I see any small animals in the tavern, like mouse or spiders or something like that.
Yeah, sure, roll perception.
Okay. Should have had it up before.
Ah, crap.
You say nothing.
Dang it.
You're still really pissed off that they called you a shellfish. Not a shellfish.
It's not a fish at all. And this is a beautiful shell.
Alright, so as these two take their place at the table, you notice that the woman in the middle, who Ismark called Maribel, has not spoken yet. It was her two companions who have been riling you so far. And she's casting you this suspicious eye. She leans forward and asks, "What are you really after?"
I'm merely to spend some time in the company of some beautiful ladies, of course.
Bullshit. What are you after?
No, information. So
He thinks he's gay.
maybe information.
And
Oh.
what reason would we have to discuss this kind of thing openly with you?
Well, I haven't said that we have to discuss these things right now. After all, I put down my coin. I'm willing to allow myself to be challenged for it.
Alright. Let's see how this goes. She starts shuffling the deck and starts to deal things out. Now then, do either of you have proficiency in card games?
I have a proficiency in the playing card set, yes.
Yeah.
Ooh.
What would card games come under?
It
I
would
don't
have
think-
been in your background.
Yep.
It's
It's two
the-
proficiencies in custom skills. In my case, I'm proficient with a playing card set.
Alright then.
Convenient.
What I would like you to do then is I would like you to make a roll of a d20.
Both of us.
Yes.
1d20 coming up.
You, if you have proficiency, I'd like you to roll with advantage.
Hang on. What's the attribute for playing cards? Again, is it
You're
wisdom?
just rolling with advantage for this.
Oh well. Well, the 16 it sounded better.
We'll go with the 16. Alright then. So, for one of them, the next one, and the last one. Alright. You play around, dealing out cards, putting down your flops, taking up more, and eventually, after some time, Reister lays down his hand and shows a much better hand than the three Vistani. One of them throws her cards down in disgust, another giggles, but Maribel leans back, setting her cards down, going, "You've played this game before then."
There are many things I've done before.
Yeah, quite well travelled.
Including your mom.
Shut up, Zabornik.
Sabonic, is that what you call that thing?
Well, that's what she calls herself.
So then,
She's wise in years, but she has a mouth like she's a common entertainer.
Pray that you don't find out more about my
you
mouth.
have problems with entertainers.
I have no problems with entertainers,
Rocky,
but those that are refined are a little bit more, shall we say, fun to talk to.
Those ones are boring.
speak for yourselves, Reister.
Oh well, you can take a common hall if you want to.
Oh,
Reister.
please.
Language, huh?
Yes.
You get your 2 gold coins back and plus an additional 3.
Okay. I think I'm buying the ladies another round.
Yeah, we'll not turn down a free drink. Will we, ladies? Oh no.
Well, as you've shown me hospitality, as I've shown you a little bit of hospitality of my own, Maybe you would be so kind to answer, or help us out, rather.
I knew something like
answer.
this was coming. I told you. Oh, shut up. And what is that?
Well, I think my friend is better equipped to explain it. Sir Elaine?
Well, ladies, we've heard there's something of a pest problem in this area. And of course we're looking for any local knowledge, really.
A pest problem?
Oh yes, squeaking, flapping in the night sort of thing.
Bats?
Yes,
Got
I'd say so.
Oh, we got the bats out of the rafters last week.
Well, yes,
He's not talking about those bats.
We heard rumour that there was your people had a settlement near the river nearby. We wondered if it's still there.
Ah, yes, the Tazzle Pools. Yes, they've come back there quite recently, and they've brought Madame Ava with her.
Madame Ava?
Yes.
I would very much like to meet this Madame Ava.
If you're going to be adventuring in these lands, it might be beneficial for you.
I take it she's not. She's probably only half as lovely as you are, ladies.
Yeah, seriously, stop the sweet talk now. You're getting sickening.
Oh,
Thank you.
I haven't even started.
Please don't.
All right. If you want this to
I
be
like
business,
her now.
if you want this to be business now, then so be it. Well, we've also heard a little bit of a rumor. The
Go
mists
on.
around these lands, they don't seem to affect you as much as they do commoners. Again, rumors.
There are rumors that there are some of our people who can brew a potion that let them go past through the mists.
You would be able to help us to some of those, would you?
Well, our people are numerous and spread throughout the land. I do
I'm
not
sure
know.
they're spread.
We settled on this place once we acquired this tavern. I haven't been in touch with our people in a little while, sadly.
Well, would you be able to give us anything to help us gain the trust of Madame Eve and those of your kind?
Well, for one thing, stop talking bullshit. We have
I am
no
not
patience
talking.
for that.
I'm not
You must
talking bullshit.
excuse him, he is stupid.
And you must allow yourself to have a little fun, for God's sake.
What
So
do you want?
dour.
What do you want? Fun or business?
And for one thing, you need to stop sweetening your words.
I'm not
Many
sweetening my words.
Vistani prefer open and honest conversation.
All right.
Oh.
I am open and honest. We want to travel through the fog, so we might need help. We might need your help to get the others, to agree helping us.
Well, if you're going to travel this land, you might need a little bit of insight. Well, unfortunately, we can't provide. But Madame Ava is gifted in the ways of prophecy. If you travel to her, offer perhaps a nice little toll. Tell them we sent you. And for God's sake, lighten up, and you should perhaps get an audience with her. If she hasn't moved on yet.
Well, I thank you.
Indeed, ladies, we are most grateful.
It has been it's been honestly a pleasure.
Indeed.
Dealing with you.
I wish I could say the same.
Don't be a sour loser.
Yes,
Doesn't
well, what can I
seem-
say? I
doesn't
don't
seem-
like being parted with my gold.
Well,
See, the girl
you got
next door
the
is starting to
you
snigger.
have the look. You have the tavern. It makes it back in no time as soon as things get better around here. And I'm fairly
That's all.
certain that will happen soon.
I speak to the one who's a bit more friendly towards us. I whisper, incidentally, my friend did leave the rest of his gold piece behind the counter.
That is true. She starts to giggle. Alright then. So,
Wishing up from the...
the middle woman looks up to you and points back down to the cards and says, either put down more gold for another game, or we are finished.
Well... I think we're done here for now. It's been a
Indeed.
pleasure.
We shall take our leave now, ladies, and again, we are most grateful for the information.
I'm
And
glad.
the company.
Now, don't be causing any trouble.
That's not what we intend.
Oh,
I give her a rather toothy smile, an obviously fake smile.
They return on.
I just do my usual slight Obi-Wan flirty smirk.
The one on the left, not too subtly, leans back in her chair and eyes up Sir Elaine as he walks away.
while leaving, Zabornik is going to lean over to the three and go,
If I were you, I would not mention fish.
Just kind of look at you as if to say, what the fuck is this thing?
I'm just saying, my cunt has fine noses.
Oh boy. Trying to drag Zabornik out
Yes,
now.
well,
She's
it
like,
is at a
"No,
very
no,
fine
no."
point, isn't it?
What
Well, you
sharp
never
tooth
find out
him?
what it does.
Alright, so, you move away from the Vistani. Whilst one of them is not too subtly checking out the arse of the retreating Sir Elaine. What do you do?
Well,
I've got some incense to buy.
yep. We still got a few supplies that we should probably get
Yep.
if we're taking a little bit of a trip. A little bit of a voyage.
Alright, so, are you staying in the tavern or are you leaving?
I think
We got the store? The general.
we should go to the general store.
Alright. You head outside, have a little look around, trying to remember who pointed out the store to you. As you're
That
standing
was-
there,
Is
let me see. Where's my little d6?
it's just across the street.
Creature,
If I remember.
make me a
probably.
dexterity check. Or save, sorry.
oh great, I have such good values in that.
6. Okay. As you're distracted looking around, you hear the scrape of wood on cobblestone and you feel something crack into your back. Not enough to hurt, but enough to make you stumble. You reel around and you see the old woman with her carriage.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, dearie. I slipped on the cobblestones.
Did you now?
It's been a bit of a damp morning.
Haven't noticed.
Okay, I'm gonna roll investigation to see if that. Oh fuck! I don't know if it's really damp.
I don't know if it's. I'm.
Even
put
looking
it in
around,
my
you
head
see
and
that
I
the
turn
cobblestones
around.
are slick.
Yeah.
I have to figure
It's
out.
like, yeah, it's wet.
Alright, Rystar, you have a look around and you see that the cobblestones are indeed a bit slick with the morning dew and the mists. However, you can see that the reason the cart slipped was because it's rocking slightly.
Interesting.
Would you be interested in one of my pastries?
Well, what kind of pastries do you have?
We have our little specialty. It's the dream pastries. They're 1 gold piece each, and they offer unique experiences.
I certainly suspect so. By the way, your cart seems a little bit in a rough state.
Yes. Well, debts must be paid.
Debts? To whom?
To me,
The lord
of
of the
course.
land?
There were a few people who partake in my goods, but did not have the coin to pay. They paid me in other ways.
How
Really?
kind of you.
Perhaps it's best if I move along.
Yes, I think so too.
She's gonna.
She's going to be like, are you
I'm
now
so-
trying to paste me then?
If you want a pastry, I'm currently not. I'm not hungry all of a sudden. Strange.
This is because Ez is going to wander up. It's like this is the second time they've harassed this woman, and she's going to be like, "So, what type of pastries are they exactly?"
They are dream pastries. They give you glances into a world that could be. I know they're a little expensive, but they're worth it.
Can I do an insight check to see whether or not she's on the up and up about these?
You can try.
I know it's like with the the whole shaking cart and everything. Insight, yes.
That's good.
All right. You get the sense that something is off, but you can't quite place your finger on what it is.
I'm fairly certain
Ez is
these
going
are
to-
not.
Okay, well, Ez is going to... No, it's just this slide today. Ez is going to stand, just take one step in front of the cart and give her a really big grin. Oh, so what's your secret? How do you make them? Do you have ingredients in the cart?
Oh no.
I'd love to know more.
While she distracts the old lady, I try to sneak a look into the cart. Basically, what is it that makes it rock? That would be
Stealth check.
a 21.
Ooh.
I'm fairly certain this is going to go badly.
Just unlock it.
Oh my god, I thought you were going to say under her skirt.
No, not under her skirt, in her cart, as in her wheelbarrow.
While the old woman is focused on Ez, she's picked up a pastry and is basically trying to waft the smell under Ez's nose. You lean over into the cart and push aside what appears to be a cloth around a sack and just slightly peel that open. And you see inside the sack what appears to be a young boy.
That's unexpected.
Is it though?
Wait, are we doing this?
Are we going to do this?
I mean, I want this to happen, but I don't know if you want to do this.
This appears to
I
be
have
happening.
no idea. I've gone into this blind, so the question is, does the rest of the group want this?
I
mean,
mean,
we kinda have
the
to do
question
this.
is,
Yeah.
what are you doing, and what are you going to say if you see this?
Can you
Well-
pickpocket the boy?
Well, I could try sneaking him out, but that's going to be rather difficult. That would be sleight of hand at a double disadvantage, probably.
Yes.
Million disadvantage there.
Yes, so...
You have to roll a 1.
I'm doing my part. I've stopped the car. I'm in front of it. She ain't moving.
Can you maybe casually, accidentally knock it over?
It's
That
a
would
pretty
be-
wide-based cart. You wouldn't be able to knock it over very easily.
I would have to fake trip and fall into the cart. Yes, but I don't know if she
Well,
does.
she keeps failing her passive perception, her perception check, so she
All right,
doesn't know you're looking at her thing.
What do you want me to do? Do you want me to crash a cart?
What does Restart do with the cart when he sees that there is a small boy in a sack in it?
I'm not metagaming here.
I'm not going to party hive mind this.
Okay.
I'm curious
I'm
what
not
you
hiving
do.
it.
I'm
just,
going to pretend to stumble and basically crash the cart. That would be terrible. Though she's
my
not
God.
focused on me, should be able to use the advantage.
Don't forget to shout, "Oh no!"
all gonna die.
Shit.
She realizes her cart is shaking suddenly, and she glares over to you. What are you doing?
Terribly sorry. I must have slipped on the cobblestone.
She glances down and she realizes the sack is open and the boy has started to slowly climb out. She's like, hold it there! You know what you're supposed to do. And the boy starts to slowly sit back down.
I think,
Can we see the boy at this point?
Yeah, he's pretty open. You can all see him now.
Siegbald is going to get her axe out and say, just what in the world is going on here?
As is very
In
calmly
Celestial,
running.
I'm gonna say, Sarah Lane,
Yes?
I don't suppose you could have a look at her
Certainly.
if she's
In
kidnapping
all
children.
Celestial. Yes,
I did
also
not
Celestial.
kidnap. This
Well-
boy is coming to work at our windmill as payment of a debt.
It is
He's-
unusual to bring indebted workers in
Sags.
a sacks.
Well, that's how his parents gave him to me.
Well,
Not my fault, they're neglectful. Now sit down,
Mine-
boy.
would you
So
mind if I ask him?
If you must.
Boy,
Yes, sir.
what is your name?
Illusion Jorov, sir.
All right.
Do you need help?
I don't want to go with the lady.
Why?
I don't know where she'll take me. Mum says it will work in the windmill, but I don't want to go.
Quick
Ma'am,
question: have we seen any children apart from this one boy?
Yes, we have.
Yes.
we've seen a few.
Yeah, we've seen the one girl who waved and was pulled away. Seen this boy.
You've seen a few other children scattered about, but their
Okay.
parents seem to have taken them inside or away from you when she saw your group.
And when
Okay. So children aren't a rarity. It's okay. Nothing
Ma'am.
crazy going on.
I have a question. How much are the parents in debt to you?
5 gold pieces.
5
Boy.
gold pieces.
The boy was
What?
going to work with me for a few months to pay off the debt. He was going to come home.
Well,
I'm definitely going to insight check that.
Sure.
I may. Yeah. Like I said, in the group chat, Ezra's just walked. This has been going on. She's very calmly been running her blade across her wrist, and she's only got a flaming sword.
Nat 20. Nat 20 the
This will get
insight.
bad.
You have the feeling she has no intention to release this child.
well,
She's very calmly smiling at the lady, like one hand on the cart now.
What are you doing?
oh, she's just making certain that we can finish our discussion. Nothing worse. So they are in debt to you for 5 gold coin.
For now, yes, it was a lot higher, but they paid several things off, and the boy's contract paid off more.
I'm curious. These pastries of yours, are they meat? Is there meat in them?
No, they're just pastries. Fruit and the like.
Right, would I be able to smell the pastry to check?
You
They
can.
might be affecting you from a distance.
Hey,
What
you
would that
touch it, you
do?
pay for it.
Oh, I won't touch it. So what would that do? Just slightly smell the aroma from them.
You lean in, take a deep breath, and you smell puff pastry and butter with a hint of blueberries.
I would like to cast Detect Magic on those things.
Alright. There's me. You sense a tiny bit of magic traced through them, but you do remember she did promise that they would grant you visions of things that could be.
So, what exactly do you do with these that makes them, so miraculous?
I never claimed they were miraculous, my darling. No, they're merely recreational aids to take away the dullness of everyday life.
Herbal remedies, I understand.
So, what kind of enchantment is that you use? I'm a bit of an expert, you see.
That's... She kind of leans in. Look, don't spread it around, but there's a tiny bit of illusion magic in there.
Is that so? And
Yes.
how do you cast that?
Now that, my friend, is a trade secret. It's in the way we treat the blueberries before they're baked.
I'm sure it is.
Oh,
Well,
quite frankly, I should be getting along. Are you going to make a purchase, or she
I would like
starts
to
to grab
purchase-
onto the handle of her cart?
I would like to purchase the contract to the boy.
Oh. And you have the coin to pay for that?
5 gold? Or do you ask for more?
She kind of strokes her chin and looks over towards Ez. What's Ez
I'm
typing?
going to give you a very good deal. 7, we all walk away, nobody gets harmed, and the boy gets home.
I have a feeling you're not going to let me say no.
Well,
I knew it! You can tell the future! Good for you!
You are terrifying! Please step away.
as I said, 7 gold, and we all go our ways.
Let's see how smart she is.
Very well.
I
Right,
suppose
Hunter.
I can find workers elsewhere.
Alright. I take 7 gold out of my purse and hand them to her. And No, I don't hand them to her. I hold them in one hand and I ask for the contract with the other.
She reaches
I'm not
onto
stupid.
the cart and lifts out the boy and just sets him at your feet. There. There was no written contract, it was verbal.
I have your word, as a tradesperson, that you will not ask for him again. Because if I notice this once more... Well,
And if he's
let's
offered
do-
to me in future,
Well, I'm not saying anything will happen. I'm just saying I will be very disappointed, and I can't guarantee that other people might not do things you would regret. And with
let
that,
me
I
just say
hand
this
over
was not the first time this boy was offered to me.
Raystar, why don't we take what we have and let her get about her
Quite a
business?
win.
All right.
Please.
Anyway, here are your 7 gold.
If my heart gives out.
Very well. Are you sure you would not like to partake in any of my pastries?
We are quite sure, thank you very much.
No, I do not need visions of the future.
I
Visions of
never
the
said it
past
was
are
visions
terrible.
of the future. It was just a
Visions of
delightful
what
journey.
might be.
But
But
anyway,
yes, but I don't want visions of things that might be, because the visions of things that have been are already terrifying enough. Thank you very much.
I think I'm going to leave now. If you would make your
Right.
companion step out of the way.
She does so, and she keeps smiling sweetly at the lady, like eyes not taking off hers.
You are terrifying. She just grabs her.
I know.
She starts pushing her wagon away and starts heading down the road this way. And rounds the corner around the houses.
You want to follow, or do we want to deal with Orvak's supplies?
I think the better question is, what did Sarah Lane see?
What did I say? Oh, I didn't.
Did you not do it in the end, or no?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Alright, as you are discussing this, Mrystar, you realise that the boy isn't where he was placed.
Has he run off home already?
As you look round, you can see him sprinting down the street in this direction.
I'm sure that'll only go well.
I'm certain that won't bite me in the back soon.
Which direction was he running off on?
I can feel
Round to the east.
Okay.
Alright, so
Is
we
that
got
a
about...
different direction to the way...
Yeah, complete
that
opposite direction.
Okay, yeah, she went this way. Okay, cool.
That was the direction she came from originally when she bumped into Zabornik.
So
I
you
guess, like, 40 minutes tops before the lynch mob forms. Let's get these supplies.
Yeah, let's get a move on, shall we?
Alright, store is this way, I believe.
Okay. You head into the store.
I have like a gold piece. Are we going into a store?
I have none.
A sign over the door
Are we going into the store?
reads Baldrith's Mercantile. And as you enter in, you see a human male with a surly expression leaning on the counter.
Greetings,
Yes.
good sir.
Oi.
Hello there.
We're looking for some supplies.
He sweeps his hand around the room. We have some. What do you need?
Well, one of my friends needed some herbs, I believe.
Herbs.
Yes.
What kind?
Herbs. He can probably explain better than me.
I'm just making sure I don't have anything else that needs components, and I don't think I do.
And I need a few arrows.
Arrows.
Arrows, yes.
Longbow, shortbow.
Or short bow.
Let me find that. It doesn't list the cost of the ammunition. Because this thing is shite.
Say what?
I sent you a private message with
Yeah, it was for the components one, but... There we are. Okay. So he points over to a corner where you see a few stands filled with arrows. It looks like these are plain hunting arrows. He has roughly about 10 of them and a quiver.
Back in a second.
I check the fletching on them and do what you usually do when you check for whether or not a set of arrows is
It's
really good.
fairly decent fletching. They're not the best arrows in the world, but they will do.
Especially considering that we're not really hunting over miles.
Mm-hmm.
How much rations?
Yes, and a few rations we need them too.
Right.
Like 10 days worth of rations. Although that's probably for one single person, so yeah.
Yeah. If you got one of the starting packs, you should have about 10 days rations.
Yeah.
No, well, she made rations in the house as well.
True.
Those probably have gone off a little bit.
Nope.
Well,
Oh,
in any
right.
case, Ovak will step up and explain what equipment, what materials that she needs, which is a bit abstract. So I will just paste that in the chat as spell components are. I don't know exactly what herbs they are or what exactly incense there are, but that's what I need. I need to spend 10 gold on the spell.
We need a little bit of sandal.
Okay.
And I would also like to purchase some more rations if he's got them.
Alright. Just let me check.
For some reason, I seem to have misplaced my copy of an important book.
And would you, sir, be able to perhaps purchase this trinket that I found in my journeys? And I'll get out the eye patch with the 50 gold gem set in it that we found in the underground.
As you lift it out, you realize that the eye patch itself has faded and cracked and has aged, and the gem is not as bright as it was, and has a lot of blemishes on it.
Okay, so maybe I won't expect 50 gold for it, but
25
still,
should be...
I'll make the request to see what he
picks it
has
up
to offer.
and starts turning it over in his hand. Don't have much use for this.
Well, neither do I, but I thought I'd ask.
I'll give you 10 gold for it.
I would like to try to see if he's shorting me, or if I could perhaps push him with an insight check.
You can
I'm really good at insight checks.
try. Let me
not
get
bad.
his stats to see if I can get his deception rolls.
13 I'll take, and not plus 0.
Where is his thing? Screw his commoner, I'll use that character sheet. Okay, and his deception is terrible. But he rolled a 15, so you can't tell. He looks at you with a stony, solid face, and you don't know what he's doing.
I'll just go for that then.
And I'll be back in a second.
Alright.
Does he have all the supplies that I'll need for materials?
Does. He goes back to rummaging back behind his counter, and he lifts out a small bag of charcoal, a block of incense, and some herbs. And he starts counting things off on his fingers. 40 silver.
Beg your pardon?
40 silver.
$40 silver. Okay.
Oh, you have the money. I just handed you 10 gold.
So just mechanics-wise, the question I have for you is, does this 40 silver of stuff count for the 10 gold of stuff that I need?
Oh no.
This is how much he's charging you for it.
I know. That's why I have to ask.
But, and this is the issue.
No.
So he doesn't have enough stuff.
It's like, does this mean that you can cast a spell of this much?
Okay.
Let's just say... Actually, roll me a perception.
Oh my god. No.
I got an 8.
Alright, you couldn't see where he grabbed these things from, but considering the amount he's handed you, roll me an intelligence.
Fuck.
Oh no.
That seems fair.
you wouldn't happen to have any more of the sort?
I do. How much do you need?
Well, I need 10 gold worth.
He reaches down and starts rummaging, and he brings up a few more pouches. And he sets them on the table. 10 gold.
Okay. That I can do.
You waiting? Sorry about that.
I will make my exchange.
Alright. Is anybody watching?
Yeah, Ez is watching like a hawk at the moment.
And
Ez,
I'm watching as well.
perception check.
I'm doing like a million calculations, trying to figure out how spell components work.
I can say I'm watching as well.
Whoever's watching, I want you to roll an intelligence check for me.
Intelligence check.
Creature, you are distracted by a rather nice-looking spider in the corner. Sephi, as you look over, you realize you've dealt with the odd spell component before, and you realize that is nowhere near enough components for a spell.
I really don't think we're going to have enough here.
Now, to clarify, when I say 10 gold's worth, that's sort of half in character, because I don't know personally how much the 10 gold that I need to spend translates into real stuff.
It's quite a lot of cheap incense, a little bit less on expensive, I would say. So, plus rather rare herbs.
Do you really want to have this conversation?
But
This is not a fun conversation. It breaks groups.
it's something that is not good here. By the way, I now figured out how many arrows I want.
Look, if you want the good stuff, I have the good stuff. But it's gonna cost you.
Sir, let me be direct to you. I'm attempting to cast a spell. I need specific things. If it doesn't work, I will be upset.
He just kind of grins at you. So you need things. I have things. They cost money.
Since I'm being direct with you, I would appreciate directness back. How much?
You say you need 10 gold's worth. This is the amount I will give you for 10 gold. If
May
you
I
need
be
more,
so
I can give you more, but it will cost you more money.
May I be so kind to point out that this spell could prevent another fucking vampire from rising in the center of your town?
Not sure if that's the negotiating tactic we should
That's
take.
the second worst thing you could have said.
So
Right
now
behind
you're
here.
threatening me.
Oh,
I am pointing out that you're biting your own ass, and I don't think you have enough spine for that.
Please excuse my
rather colorful and elderly.
my sharp friend here.
Perhaps you should keep your pet in line.
Well,
Excuse me.
You're
Come on,
excused.
silence.
Zbornak, I need your help here with something, if you wouldn't mind.
I'm sorry. I don't need this quite so badly. I'll just be going now.
Alright. Thanks
Sir?
for wasting my time. What?
Likewise.
I would like to purchase these quiver of arrows. Counted them out, they are 10, so you would be 5 silver pieces. But seeing as our
5 gold.
pardon?
5 gold.
You want 5 gold?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, we both know they're not worth 5 gold.
Yeah, but where else are you gonna get them?
Well, if all else fails, I can probably make it myself.
Ovek is going to like attempt to take Zabornak by the hand and just stand outside the door.
Look
together.
Look, I'm going to give you 3-4.
5,
I'm
go.
willing to 3.
5, mate. Or you put them back.
All right. But let me tell you one thing that I learned. It's poor business rejecting counteroffers.
Yeah, but you see, here's the thing, though. There's no other businesses. They all got to come to me, so I got no, incentive to change my practices. Now, you're either going to buy something, or you're going to leave.
Well, in that case, you can keep them. And I put them back where they came.
He watches you carefully.
I think we're done.
Off you go, then.
I wasn't talking to you. You have a very pleasant day.
It'll be better when you're not here wasting my time.
Would be even better if we were doing business, but that's life. And with that, I step out the door.
I'm still in there. I'm waiting till I'm the last person.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
As I walk out, I'm going to use Thaumaturge.
What are you doing?
Well, how many windows are in there?
There's
You can't
only-
actually break anything with them.
Oh, I know I can't break anything, but I can really, really screw around people. Is it mainly windows? The main torches to light at the shop door.
This place was lit by a hooded lantern, and there is one window next to the door, but it is a solid pane.
Perfect. Hooded lantern for the next minute is dimmed and magically and can't be brightened. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna inconvenience him.
I just mildly inconvenience him, the ultimate revenge.
Well, we're not there to rob him, not when he's awake. I think he's not the kind of guy who's good to people.
He hasn't got anything worth stealing either.
Well, you might not have a lot of things worth stealing.
Although he was right.
He's
We
got
should
the
have paid
competition.
him for the parts that are now we're severely down in a few ways.
Yeah.
We should have just paid the price this time and known
Oh, well.
for a later date.
If you want to go back in there with your money, you're free to go.
I think you may have tainted all of us with a foul mood. Maybe if we're here again in a few hours, I've had time to prepare myself. I can be ready to fix this mess, but until then, it's going to be difficult to say the least.
Well, we could always talk. We could always talk about giving him a few means of Gesundheit, making more money. Though it would be morally questionable.
I'm not sure how he would get any supplies from the outside world. Maybe he is just dying from a lack of sales.
Gesundheit again.
Question for Jurnis.
Yes?
Do you think, because it seems a little ambiguous to me, the sale of the eye patch actually happened? Or was that pending and then I walked out?
What did you want to do? Because I did say I just handed you 10 gold, so I assume you made the sale.
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright.
I will do that then.
So, let's see. Would anyone like to roll an insight over that guy, or use?
I mean,
happy enough with it.
We all know he's an asshole, but sure.
Just roll a little bit of insight. Because he's an
All
he's
right.
an asshole.
Ez, you encountered this fellow before, and you remember in your last group, he actually just does not like outsiders. He came down to some very mean words with your previous group, and he does not seem to like outsiders in his town.
So he's a xenophobic asshole. Okay.
This is probably going to suggest once we're all outside. You know, we kind of we've got plans in the morning, but we don't have any plans to tonight. If you want to come back when he's asleep and acquire what we need then.
You sound like you know more about the guy.
I'm not sure if we can be doing
Been here before.
that.
He's a tool.
After your speech earlier about the priest, I think it'd be quite hypocritical to then do that.
Esther looks at him and is like, yes, but, you know, we're making use of them.
Can't say I'd approve.
It's not necessarily the...
God Squad's saying no.
Yeah,
He's taking people for the
Featuring
ride.
the rest of the arcane.
I don't think that we need anything so badly as to go to that extreme.
Maybe one day.
It's your call. It's your call.
Given that he is most likely not only cheating us out of money, but asking more from the people around.
I think that's a bit of a
the question
hasty
stands
conclusion.
if it is right for him to do so.
We
It's
don't
not-
know anything about how he treats the locals. You're just jumping to the assumption that since he's a bastard to us, he's just a bastard generally,
Well-
which I can sympathize with, but
Nice.
I don't think it's necessarily justification for robbing a man.
And also, we can also, if we take care of the problem in the morning, maybe we can have a chat with the Burgenmeister's son, have him make some purchases for us, say they're for him.
That is a very good idea.
I
That
don't
would be-
want to try and screw over the new ruler of this village.
Makes sense. to me.
Plus, as soon as we help, maybe he's willing to help us to deed in town. Then we're locals, and he's not. The shopkeep will probably be the butt of the joke, doesn't
I
it?
don't think you're going to convince him that we are locals. And she looks at Olvak and Zabornak and Siegbald.
I'm just saying.
No one's had any issue with me so far. It's been the people with greener complexions.
In any case, here, this is everybody's share, and Ovak will dole out 4.5 gold to everybody. Out of... Because I've been carrying around some gold from the...
That's 4 gold, 5 silver, right?
Yes.
I still remember my math.
He looks genuinely confused for a moment.
Thank you.
I should have probably
Nice.
offered him the dulled gold ring. Oh well.
He probably would have cheated us on that, too.
He would probably have offered me silver. Or maybe even a bronze.
If nobody else has any errands, I'm going to... I think that it would be best for some of us to get some rest so that we can keep vigil in the night and not get jumped by whatever strange thing happens next.
So we go back into the tavern and try to find out if they offer
I
places.
think perhaps the manor house or the church would be better venues.
Also, do we not want to tell them at the house about what the arrangement was with their father?
That would make sense.
Yeah, we should probably tell them and check how the status is, just in case things have gone from bad to worse.
Alright.
Okay.
So then.
So yeah, we should probably head to the Burgermeister Manor.
Alright. You head down the streets.
Again, everyone stares.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting used to it.
At this point, they're
This
not
has
so
been my
much
entire
openly
life.
staring anymore. They seem to be pointedly ignoring you by now. They are aware of your presence, but now they are choosing to ignore you. You notice there are one or two people nibbling on pastries that look rather familiar.
Oh, great. They're all stoned.
As you head back to the burgomaster's house, you stand outside. What do you do?
Ezra's going to knock on the door like, "Hello, it's us again."
You hear the door unlock and opens slightly, and you see Ismark. You're back. Come in. He closes the door, you hear chains rattle, and he opens it for you. Have the arrangements been made? Is my father at rest?
The arrangements have been made, however, he will be laid to rest by by morning.
Thank you. Well, come in.
And we will be there to help him, to help with the ceremony, and we will just need a little rest before we head over to the church to hold a wake of sorts. Should have done like my brother, should have become a priest. I already sound like one.
Well, you know what they say. The intelligent brother goes on to do good things, and the idiot brother becomes a priest.
Well, my brother's intelligent. He's one of the good guys in our family.
I also meant to show this to you earlier on. This is Ismark.
Ah. That's better than I do. I was just a spare son.
Alright then. As you're talking to Ismark, you hear the rattle of metal coming down the corridor. As you see Irina returning, dressed for the road. Is it done?
Almost.
Now, when you say she's dressed for the road, is she wearing that armor and carrying that sword? Because that's right.
Yes.
Oh. Do you know how to use that?
I have been taught well. Father got me the best tutors. I can best Ismark more often than not. He just rubs his head, looking embarrassed.
It's always good to have someone who's skilled. However, these colours are a bit standing out, aren't they? Compared to the peasants in the streets.
You sound like father.
The colors, at least, I can take care of temporarily.
Well, we can
make you less conspicuous without ruining your, I presume, sentimentally important garments.
I suppose that would be best. So,
if
you say my father is not at rest. Why are you back? Where is he?
We need
just wanted to let you know what was going on.
Yes, we wanted to inform you. Maybe catch a little bit of our breath, then head over, make certain that everything is ready, that everything goes as it should.
Ismark looks around the house and kind of rubs his head. We don't have enough beds, but I'm sure we can clear out some spaces where you can rest. We have enough where we can prepare a meal for this evening.
I think that's more than enough. I don't know if the others agree.
It's
but I
very
would
much
say so.
appreciated.
It's very rude to turn down a meal.
Yes.
Instead of standing in the hall, I suppose you may as well come through to the den. He leads you back into a comfortable room.
I pull down the hood that has been over my head the entire time, allowing myself to not hide necessarily.
I have been speaking with Arena about your suggestions earlier, and I feel you are right. We can't leave the house empty. Those creatures, as dumb as they are, will know if there's no one here. So I will not be accompanying you. I will stay and try to hold the charade as long as I can. You glance over, Arena looks really put out about this revelation, but you can see it looks like they've been arguing about this while you are away.
A smart decision. But will you be okay here by yourself?
The creature has no interest in me. And I suppose I am the burgomaster now. I have a responsibility I must attend to.
Yes, but I think we all can clearly imagine what the creature will do when it finds its interest not to be around anymore.
I feel
just like most creatures, it will rage.
Well, it cannot enter here.
Not yet.
It has not been invited. It cannot enter our home.
I feel we should talk to Father Danovic about this.
What do you mean?
See if we can get you a little bit of extra protection.
He looks over at the Morning Lord symbol on the wall. And then at the one in the hallway. He's already been here.
Either way, it would still be good for him to see someone every now and then.
Yes, he's been off for some time. Off, he's fucking bonkers. Arana! You know it's right.
Did you say that in character?
They did say this in character, and it's just basically, he's fucking nuts. She's like, shh, can't say that about him.
Well, truth be told, we've noticed that
Little bit, yes.
he is hanging by a thread sometimes.
The loss of his son may have been too much for him to bear.
But he's still a man of his faith.
Oh, of course.
And you are still his burgomaster.
Yes.
Need to show faith in him and help him when you can.
We have offered him help, but he does not come to accept it. He still believes his son can be saved. He should really put that creature down.
You know about it then?
The whole town does. You can't help but hear it scream. None of us have really had... None of us want to put him through that pain. He believes his son can be saved, and he keeps it contained, so let him have his faith.
And you have to have yours.
I do. For now, my faith is placed in you.
That's as maybe, but you should still put your faith in him. He's still the man of your god.
Yes.
If it helps, maybe if he will not willingly come out often, maybe you can order, then say the people need him for some particular function or something. You'll get him out every now and then, or well, here's the thing: if you know about what's going on with the son, maybe visit him more, spend some time with him if he will not leave.
That is a
Something to
possibility.
take his mind off. Yes.
If you feel that would be beneficial, then I suppose I could try.
And what could be better for your town with the Burgomaster and the Reverend together again?
You make it sound like we are jaded lovers.
I wouldn't go that far, but
Irina starts giggling in the corner.
Politics
People in
sometimes
this-
is like love.
people in this village need hope. I think that the two leaders of their community coming together will help.
Perhaps you're right. Well, something to consider. Now then, let's see. He looks over to Ovak. Was it you earlier who asked for this? He reaches over to the corner and lifts up a bag.
Yes. You found some more?
Yes,
Materials?
there was a lot of writing charcoal in my father's study. I'm not sure if this is enough, but maybe it'll help.
Perhaps. I'll take stock. We attempted to buy some supplies from the local shopkeeper, but he was not entirely reasonable.
Baldrith. Let's just say he has had poor experiences with outsiders and doesn't deal with them well.
Well, the pleasure was bilateral.
If this is not sufficient for my needs, do you think perhaps you could speak with him and see if he would be willing to part with some materials for you? I can make a list of whatever I'm missing.
It's possible. He was good
And I can
friends with my
provide you
father,
with-
so if I ask nicely, perhaps.
I can provide you with the gold, of course.
Very well, if you provide me with a list of what you need, I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
And he
I will-
has a
I'll go through the sack and take stock.
he has a few items that might help us as well in general. But again, his demeanor wasn't necessarily helping.
Yes, well, it seems there were some strangers who came to town some time ago, and when they didn't like his prices, they broke in and stole half his stock, so he
Oh,
hiked them up for adventurers.
I now I understand his concerns.
You'll find there's not a lot of people in Barovia who trust outsiders as openly
Yeah.
as I. Sadly,
We
we've had
have noticed that.
many people
Fortunately.
don't tend to pay outsiders much heed. They don't tend to be here long.
Ez just smiles.
Except for her.
Yes. She's rather remarkable, isn't she?
Yes! You do seem rather different from the last time we encountered each other, though, my dear.
It's been an experience.
Different? How?
Well, after crawling out of Castle Ravenloft, basically bleeding out, I'm pretty sure I passed out in the forest somewhere. I've been living in the woods for most of the time. Been following the Vistani, just having chats with them. Being hunted by wolves, being hunted by werewolves, being hunted by zombies. The nightmares are fantastic here. Yeah. I don't think I've had a good night's sleep in 3 years. And oh yes, all the people I cared about were butchered in front of me. So other than that, it's not been too bad.
Ismark looks absolutely horrified, and so does Arana.
Yeah.
So does actually Ryster,
I'm not even surprised.
who has at least a glimpse of has had a glimpse of this kind of stuff because his mother enslaved his own homestead, the hometown, the home
I
village.
I think Ovak just like stares for a second and then goes back to counting the sack.
That explains a thing or two.
Yeah. I'm surprised.
Oh,
I'm genuinely surprised you're not further gone.
It just chuckles to herself and carries on eating.
Well,
well, have you got that list
wasn't
for me?
explicit.
Yeah. So how much does this actually like catch me up?
Well, you want 10 gold's worth of ingredients. So if you
Yeah.
give him 10 gold pieces.
Okay. I will happily do that. And a list.
And he had a quiver of 10 arrows, which usually would only cost me 5 silver. But now that I heard what happened to him, I'm willing to part with a gold for it.
Alright, so you hand over a gold as well.
Yes.
So, as you were discussing this as well, you partook in an evening meal, which was prepared by Arana. And afterwards, Ismak stands up with the list and gold and basically says, well, I should go before he closes for the evening. I'll be back soon. Arana, would you see to our guests? I will. They share a quick hug and he hurries off as the skies start to darken. Well then, if you'd like to follow me, I think you'll make yourselves comfortable upstairs. We don't like to sleep on the ground floor much anymore.
Too many nightmares?
Let's just say the moans get a little annoying. Come.
Can't imagine why.
Just reminds you of a monastery.
So, she beckons you upstairs.
That statement, oh my god. But anyway, moving on.
Oh yeah, she heard your reaction and she kind of giggled at your entendre.
Oh no, it's just a bunch of very dull old men snoring all the time.
Alright, so she leads you upstairs and takes you to what was probably once a guest bedroom. But the furniture in here has not been used in quite some time. There are 3 beds, and there's enough bedding for 2 more to be on the ground.
Okay.
What do you do?
So,
I'll sleep on the ground.
Likewise, I can sleep in my shell.
yes, and in the morning you're coming out of hell.
Irina's beside you, Zabornak, and says, really? You can sleep in that thing?
Yeah, it's technically part of me. You see, it's attached back. It doesn't matter. I can. You see it.
And Zabornik retracts her head into the shell.
That
Like
is
this.
most unusual.
It's kind of fun, though.
She kind of taps on the back of your shell. Huh. Fascinating.
Yes.
Well, I'll allow you
Sometimes we
to...
use shells on our personalities.
I will allow you to get some rest. Sleep well.
And you.
Good night.
You as well.
Okay. She leaves the room, and you see her walk down the hallway to a window that overlooks the front of the house, but she seems to be taking vigil at the window, watching down the street.
So, how long do we stay?
I'll probably try to stay up till her brother gets back.
I was going to say, yeah, because... Oh, I'll do this in character. Yes, because we need to get back to the priest.
Yes, we want to make certain that he doesn't, as some people say, lose all his marbles.
I see. golf clap. But yeah, so are we sleeping here for a bit, or?
I can stay awake if necessary. There's nothing that I need to rest for right now.
We'll
Well,
try and
I
stay
need-
awake through the night then.
I was going to say I need to get my divine sense back, and I need my HP back.
All right.
Ez is going to try and sleep, so.
Who was keeping an eye out for Ismark?
Obak.
Oh, wow. All right then. As you're kind of perched by the door of the guest bedroom, you've been watching Irana basically stare down the street. And after about 45 minutes or so, she suddenly starts and runs down the stairs. You hear the front door open, and you hear the quiet voices of the two siblings speak. As they come upstairs, you hear, Are they asleep or what are they doing? I don't know, they've all gone into the guest bedroom. As they come up around the stairs, they see you standing in the doorway. Oh, is your companions asleep?
Not all of us.
Believe they're headed in that direction. I was just.
Well, here's
hoping to see.
the required ingredients. I hope this works. And here's the arrows your companion requested.
Thank you very much.
Baldrith was not quite forthcoming when he learned that it was for outsiders, but I had words. And by words I mean I bribed him with a glass of wine, but okay.
I appreciate your sacrifice.
Yes, well, let's just say he owes me a favour or two now.
Well,
What was that?
I think that was the turtle.
Don't mind Zabornak.
It was me.
Okay. Well, sleep well. I'm going to go and get some rest myself.
Okay. I'll spend the 10 minutes needed to do my ritual casting.
Okay. The siblings split up and go to their separate rooms. Ivana is muttering to herself how she has to get out of her armor again.
Relatable.
But the house grows quiet as the sky grows dark. What ritual were you attempting?
I am casting Find Familiar.
Ooh. Do you have a familiar?
I don't have a familiar. The spell creates it.
Alright, and what animal do you choose?
I am getting a cat.
A cat. Okay.
Not a bat
So-
or a rat or a
Nope.
Well, I've got
cat.
Or toad? Maybe a
For the moment-
turtle.
For the moment, I think a cat will attract the least attention.
Alright, well, I'll arrange a cat.
Very
icon,
on brand
but
for the channel.
for now, we'll find a little place safer for you. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so then. You finish your ritual, and this cat just kind of slinks out of a shadow. Do you have any preferences of the coloration of your familiar?
I sent you a pog image earlier.
Yeah, okay.
Token.
Yeah, you
It'll
did,
be
but
that.
for the rest of
It's
the
a
group.
half and half black and gray cat.
Alright.
I
Least
approve.
conspicuous.
Is that
I like it.
front half grey, back half black, half and half?
Right and left half.
Oh, nice.
Let me just...
Split down the
A
middle.
chimera.
Yeah.
There we go.
Aw.
Thanks
Nice.
for the chat.
Now.
That's the most adorable half ninja ever.
Yeah,
Alright.
and they have
as
a
it
white chest.
steps out of the shadows, it kind of weaves in and out between your feet and looks up at you. And you hear a soft voice in the back of your head. You summoned me?
I did. I need a loyal companion in these strange times.
And what would you name me?
You would ask that.
Quickly,
Do you have anyone in the chat that wants to suggest a cat name?
Yes,
I
Matt?
believe with Find Familiar has a effect in Curse of Strahd.
Doesn't look like it.
Oh dear.
Does it?
If you want, I can quickly find the book and I can find the page for you.
Yeah, sure.
Sure, give me a sec.
Please.
I wasn't going to bring
I know
that
it's
up.
early on. Give me a sec.
This is exciting then.
Oh yes, spell alterations, bear with me.
Yeah, Chapter 2, page 24, cosmetic spell modifications.
Ah,
At
there
your
we are.
discretion, a spell can be modified cosmetically to enhance the atmosphere. Here are some examples.
Alright, okay, here we are.
It's all optional, but you
I
know,
see it.
yeah.
So then, here's the thing. And because this is your little familiar, I will let you have a little bit of a go with this.
Mm-hmm.
The land of Barovia has a heavy curse upon it. And your familiar stands before you, and you see in the dim light from the window, its face seems to fade away, and you can see the skull of the cat.
So I'm a ghost cat.
Yeah, you can see in certain turns of the light, your familiar is skeletal.
Could I just drop you a quick DM, the exact quote for you?
Yeah. The question now is, do you want to focus your spell to correct this visage, or do you want to try and keep it?
If I attempt to correct it, do I risk some greater consequence?
No, but it will cost you an additional gold piece.
I can do that.
Alright.
What do I do? Do I roll something? Or
No,
just deduct a
you
gold?
just spend the additional components. That will just be an additional component list the next time you need to summon it.
Okay.
So then, you concentrate and focus on the image you had of your little creature, your little companion, and the skeletal visage fades away and you see its adorable fuzzy face again. It tilts its head quizzically and looks up at you expectantly.
Names. Hang on. We'll go with Nella.
Nella?
Nella.
Nella. Okay. So, now you have Nella. The cat tilts its head and rolls the word around and goes, I think I like that. She settles at your feet.
Okay. I will,
Now then. Sir Alan.
Yep.
Are you awake?
No, I think I'm asleep now. It's, like I say, I want to get me HP and me divine sense back.
Alright.
I'm up.
Anyone who is awake, you hear a little scamper across the floor. And you see movement near Sir Alan. If you'd like to have a closer look,
Yes, I would.
you know what to do. Reister, you see a small rat. It's sitting on just on top of Sir Alan and appears to be cleaning its whiskers. As it turns to you to look at you, you realise that you can see through this thing's head. You can see its skull. It tilts its head up and looks at you, and then scurries down Sir Elaine's side and towards the dagger in his belt. as the form of the rat disappears and the skull settles into place where the skull and the hilt is. It's gone.
I clearly need to sleep more. I'm already starting to see things.
Alright, of those who are awake, do you want to take any more actions?
I'm going to go to sleep and tell Bella to keep an eye out and wake me if anything happens in the night.
Alright. Your kitten curls up on your side and looks around the room as you all fall asleep.
I step out of the room and look through the barred windows to see what's going on, because I'm most likely hearing the noise that's starting to come up outside.
Alright. By this stage, the sun hasn't fully set. You can see down the street that a lot of the common people are returning to their homes. You see some of them are barring their windows, some of them are placing things in front of their doorways, and lights are being put out all over the town until the streets are dark and silent. How long do you wish to stay there?
I stayed there for about half an hour,
Okay.
peeking into the darkness, trying to deal with history and things going on in Ricer's head, because things feel familiar yet different.
The last hints of daylight disappear. The mist seems to draw in throughout the town, and you hear the distant howling of wolves.
Nice.
They're coming. I
Do
will
you
not
stay
harm
awake,
them.
or do you attempt to
I
sleep?
stay awake.
Alright. You stay at the window.
Staring intently out the window.
You stare intently at the window. You're watching up the street, up towards this way. And in the far distance, you see a faint light. Quiet you. I'd like you to roll me a perception. Alright. As you look down the street, you can see the square in the very pale quarter moonlight, and you see what appears to be some people. As you squint, you can make out that they are making their way down from the churchyard, and at the square, they turn towards the west. The reason you can see these people is because they are emitting a dulled green light. What do you do?
Who you gonna call?
Zombie busters.
Probably the cleric.
Well,
The paladin.
Can you turn undead?
I can't turn
I
undead.
can actually.
Anyone in the God Squad?
I go and wake Sarah
Oh,
Lane.
that's cool. Nice.
What is it, Rystar?
Seems the dead are walking the earth.
Oh, really? Oh. I suppose they're not doing anything interesting then.
Well, they're shuffling towards places that I don't like.
Where are they heading towards?
From what your companion was able to see, they had turned down this road to the west and were travelling along the road.
They might be going to their master, they might be going to the windmill, for what we know.
So could I go and look out the window to try and check it out?
Yep, these are both looking
You
out the
might-
window.
Be
Okay,
my
what should
guest.
What should I
You would
roll?
need to roll a perception. You can see the faint green light, but let's see how good your night vision is.
Oh, I got my goggles.
Yeah, well, let's see how much detail
Yes.
you can make out. So roll perception.
Okay.
Alright, slightly better. Okay. As you squint and adjust your goggles, you can see more detailed images of large women toting great swords, woodwise men with bows, dwarves with glittering axes, mages dressed in robes with beards and strange pointed hats. You even see a few Goliaths amongst this group, all of them moving silently, all of them moving away, none looking around as this procession continues onward.
Would I be able to tell what the procession is? Is it a religious sort of thing?
It's the March of the Dead.
March of the Dead.
You realise Irina is beside you.
I take it these are all souls who fought against Strahd before.
Yes. The same event where Donovich lost his son. Adventurers, mostly. They do this every night. They walk to the tower and replay their deaths.
Don't tell us about this. She would not be able to keep herself together.
Agreed.
If she saw her fallen brother.
Well, I suppose we'll have one.
It's just
Don't
another grim reminder of what he's doing.
Yes, it's something that breaks the spirit of those who are still alive. No, as you keep silent. You're not typing. No one tell you.
Donovich has tried to lay them to rest, but some
Only-
dark magic holds them here. They're doomed to recreate their final walk.
I know everyone keeps telling me this is a stupid thing to say, but I'm really starting to get pissed off with this Strahd.
You're not
Not
the
only
only
you.
one. How do you think I feel?
We all want him.
We want his head.
Well, not necessarily his head. His head can still bite.
Going with a
want to.
dagger down its throat.
That's why some people throw knotted pieces of fabric with the dead.
Sir Alan,
Just
roll me another perception.
Okay, perception.
Alright. As you're talking to Irina, you realise that she's in a night robe and a small nightgown. And you notice on her neck are two sharp points. It appears to be an old wound.
Irina.
Yes.
Did Strahd do that?
She puts her hand up to her neck and looks away. Yes.
You don't have to be ashamed.
That's... Once a generation, they say, he sets his eyes on someone from the village. It seems I'm this generation's.
You'll be the last.
You're the one.
Who's whispering?
is anyone else hearing? Never gonna dance again.
Not quite.
She's still just kind of sitting there with her hand on her neck and just staring at the green light in the distance. Is Mox worried sick? I don't think he's had a proper night's sleep in I don't know how long. This whole thing drove father to his grave.
Well, I don't know who sent that note. I'm pretty sure it was Strahd himself.
What
But
note?
that was his final mistake.
What note?
The note that brought us here.
May I see it?
Of course.
Alright. You hand over the letter, and she starts reading through it. This isn't my father's handwriting.
We know.
Indeed.
So desperately need assistance. The love of my life. What not?
Well,
Affected by evil so deadly that it. What is this?
Strahd, pretending to be your father, I would say.
She turns the note over and looks at the seal upon it. That is his seal. That is the crest of the monster. Love of my...
Yes.
So he does truly mean to claim me then.
Indeed.
I need to get
It appears as such, yeah.
She just goes absolutely silent and just turns and walks back into her room. So then, Siegbald and Reister, you're now left at the hallway, watching the
Elaine
March of the
and
Dead.
Kind of haunting. I know this probably isn't the best thing to say, but it's hauntingly beautiful.
It's comforting knowing if we die, we won't be alone.
Who's
have to
that
make-
saying?
I have no intention of dying in this life.
I'm sure they didn't either. And I'm going to go go to bed.
They don't deserve to do this over and over.
And are you a religious man, Reister?
Never thought myself this way. Not since my mother went grief-stricken by the death of my father. She decided that she had to take power into her own hands, and it has brought only bad luck over the family. But maybe there are gods out there who favor those like me. At least I hope.
The goddess I serve, she basically encourages us to act on her behalf. I think that's
Well-
what's happened here. We're the miracle these people need.
Well, don't know if we are a miracle, if we're sent by God, but we've been sent here by someone, and we have to do good on our offer, even if it's
Indeed
not,
we do.
even if it's not the one that we were asked for.
Indeed.
This procession reminds me very much when my mother enslaved everyone in our hometown. They all marched after her like she was some kind of Pied Piper.
Sounds like quite an interesting spell.
I have no idea what she did. They followed her, and, well, I didn't want to stay.
Can't say I blame you.
can't say I blame her for her reaction. Now that I'm older. But still, she's pulled a few things that make her irredeemable. At least in my book.
So you think you'll ever go home, Ben?
What home? There is no home. I'm not wanted there.
Fair enough.
My home is the street now, and it's why I do what I do. To make things right in the world.
It's pretty much the same thing I do.
I think everyone has their reason, even as weird as her reasons might be.
That's true.
Anyway. I guess I better check on the others.
Good idea.
And with that, I turn and step into the guest bedroom. Trying to get a bit of shut-eye.
I'll just stay watching.
Are you going to try and sleep at all at night?
I've already slept.
Oh, did you? Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
Alright then. So then, as you watch as the green glow and it starts to fade off into the distance, as the March of the Dead carries on down the road, and the town is silent, except for the odd faint howls of wolves in the distance. You stand watch as the mists start to fade slightly, as the morning light starts to come around and you realise it's nearing dawn. It's probably time for you to wake your companions. And
Okay, everyone,
that's where we'll
wake.
end the session for tonight.
Alright.
That's where we'll end the session for tonight, gentlemen.
That's good.
Alright.
Who had fun?
Oh, I had fun.
Everyone did, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry if any
dear.
character moments were taken by me.
That's fine.
That's right.
I don't know if we had any real play of the game this time, did we?
The shopkeeper.
Yeah.
I feel like
the
the
mildly inconvenienced shopkeeper.
Yeah, probably.
I've been waiting so long. It's like, oh, I just use thaumaturgy everywhere. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it's a cantrip.
Yeah, that's right. I just love it. It's everything I do.
I feel like there was some very good character work all around in this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really liked some of the stuff that was going on there. Zabornik, I starting to feel like every time you try and talk to someone now, you're just going to put a muzzle on Zabornik.
It is an option, I won't lie.
That's true.
Not the most efficient use of spell slots, but yeah.
I mean, I have silence for a reason, as said.
Fumble of the
I
game.
don't want to use it for that, but...
Yeah. I love how Ez was trying to, put herself in between Zabornak and, the sisters and, trying to be like, no.
No.
Well, there were a few high points, but no real low points, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he's broke the heart of the poor priest.
Well,
Say that because we kind of said we'll kill Strahd, and if that cures your son, then there you go. We've at least tried.
yes.
True.
We kept at least a little bit of hope, a little glimmer of hope in his heart.
I'm genuinely surprised you didn't charge straight down and try to deal with it. But I'm glad.
I wanted to.
There would have been an issue. Oh, shit, yeah.
That would have been way more fun.
Oh, yeah.
I would have got to Kamehameha what I can only assume to be a vampire.
Maybe.
That's if it hits.
True.
Your track
We
record's not...
always assume it hits,
Exactly.
unless told otherwise.
I did have a player who died to Mimic because he tried to cast Sacred Flame 4 turns in a row and missed for 4 turns in a row.
Ouch.
Yeah, well, that player just deserved that one.
Will Wheaton touch his dice?
No, he was actually using one of my spare sets. I was just like, no!
My gosh.
I do have a cursed set of dice.
So we
Every
swapped,
DM does.
after his 3rd fail, we swapped dice sets, and I started rolling nat 20s, and he was still rolling terrible.
I got one better than that. I have a friend who has legendarily bad dice luck, and we were playing in a homebrew system where rolling low was good, and he rolled high for the entire time. And then partway through the campaign, we actually revamped the system and made rolling high good, and from that point, he could only roll low.
Oh, no.
Wow.
The problem is you weren't telling him how to roll. You gotta
Yeah,
say
just roll better.
like, hey, roll.
Just roll better, man.
Just roll.
So then,
Just be
I
lucky.
think we'll end the stream off there.
Good.
So,
Yep.
it's going to be a good night from me, and going down the list, it's going to be a good night from Creature.
Good night, and, take care of the fish issue.
We'll just leave everybody with a mental image of your spiny throat.
No.
Oh, yeah.
No, thank you.
A good
And
night
your
from
former career.
a good night from Dirkor.
Have a very good night, everyone.
A good night from Dennis.
Take care of yourselves. And
Good
each
night
other.
from Eat the Path.
Good night.
A good night from Matt.
Good night.
And the cat shows up now at the end of the stream. And a good night from Sephi Senpai.
Night.
And we will see you guys for more Curse the Strahd next week. And on Monday, Teddy has found something interesting for a Steam Roulette, so we'll see you guys then. If you've missed any of this, you'll find this episode up on YouTube tomorrow, and I'll see you guys later on. Bye!